Russia or China will. And I'm not letting that happen. If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will take Greenland. And I am not going to let that happen.
You know, they can offer you either like...
Yeah, sure. I'd love to make a deal with them. It's easier. But one way or the other, we're going to have Greenland.
Yo! It's Me got baby face, me big boss man. Me like America, me got good plan. Mexico water, make Gulf US obey. Me make Zelensky say thanks to my face. Me got baby face, me got big cheer. Trump bad, Trump good, me no care. Me write big book, kill billies and stuff. Now me important, we're tired tough. Me go Yale school, me learn big word. Now me forget everything me heard. Silicon people give me job, me take. Now me like Trump, me make no mistake. Yo, it's JD Advance. Me fight walk folk, me say never die. Me protect kids, me born liberal. Him, them, there. America simple, only two gender. Me face, me big boss man. Me like America, me got good plan. Mexico water, make Gulf US survey. Me make Zelensky say thanks to my face.
So many gender for my agenda. Went on a bender, execo the sender. Might take Panama just like na. Might take Gaza, pop then a plaza.
With this my majesty's.
Well, fuck, I fucked that one up. What's going on, everyone? I was clapping. I had everything going, but I forgot I wasn't even in the call. Good job, Jeremy. Hello, everyone. Welcome into CobraCast 199. I am your host, Jeremy Prime, Mage IDOT of Unit 199. Happy to see all of you here on the second stream of the day. And yeah, I just saw that Kevin Cross says, oh, wow, a 2-hour CobraCast on a Wednesday night instead of a 30-minute we normally get on a Wednesday night. Yes, I normally only do the hour because I hate streaming over some of my friends, but it's sometimes I can't avoid it. And there's a lot going on right now. There's a lot to cover. So yeah, we're here. I might have to stream over Mario Kart depending on how this stream goes. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But either way, there's a lot of heavy rumors right now that things are going to go down in Iran pretty quickly. Will that happen? I don't know. There's a lot of reports. Ultimately, Trump holds all the cards. So we shall see what happens. Plus, we have Nick Shirley's second Minnesota fraud video just dropped. Dark Metal Spider just sent a super chat and says that. Yes, then we're gonna cover that. We're gonna be monitoring the situation because that's what we do on the internet. So yeah, happy to see all of you. Yes, it finally did drop. All right, let's see. Laughing Man says you would have more times for CobraCast if you would quit playing games. Laughing Man's always mad at me. He's always mad at me. Let's see here. Let me see. Here comes the people that doesn't trust Trump on this. Oh, yeah, you know that's going to happen. You know that's going to happen. Jesus says, breaking, Jeremy, Iran has closed its airspace. Iran has raised its defense system. Shit is about to get real. There's a lot of rumors floating right now. There's one right there. U.S. Moving carrier strike group from South China Sea to Middle East. Now, there's these reports that like this could take about a week or whatever. Whatever reports people are getting, Trump is way ahead of the game, okay? So whatever reports that are out there of like, oh, this thing is in motion, but it could take a week for they've already got things in position. I think Venezuela proved that once again, that Trump is already ahead of the game. So whatever game that they think he's playing, he's already like 3 or 4 steps ahead. And that's just the reality of it right there. U.S. attack on Iran will reportedly start very soon, according to Reuters. There are current reports of fighter jets near the border. There's a ton of stuff out there that can't be confirmed. So we're just in the waiting game right now to kind of see if any of this actually develops into something. But yeah, there's a lot of movement and a lot of speculation. One of the big, keys to it right here. Pentagon Pizza report. Various pizzerias near the Pentagon are reporting above average traffic. You know what that means, don't you? If the pizzerias at this late hour have a bump in traffic, looks like it could be a late night at the Pentagon. Woo-hoo-hoo. We'll see. But that might be the best way to confirm it right there, based on pizza places, what's going on. Interesting indeed. You've got a lot, there's just so much. The Nick Shirley thing, we're going to get to that here soon as well. You also have stuff going on here. Police are on the scene in Los Angeles, California, after 2 objects believed to be grenades were found in the front yard of a home. Excuse me?
Good afternoon. I'm Glenn Walker.
And I'm Lou Parker. We are following breaking news in Rosemead. LA County Sheriff's deputies investigating what may be 2 grenades found in the front yard of a home.
Let's get up to Gil Lavis overhead in Sky 5 with the latest. Gil?
Well, Glenn and Lou, is around 12:21 this afternoon when the LA County Sheriffs got called out to the scene here. I'm showing you the Ralph Waldo Emerson Elementary School here. This is in the 7500 block of Emerson Place. When the call came out, when deputies arrived, they locked down the school immediately. You can see some of the parents waiting out in the front of the school for their students. But in the meantime, let me take you over to Jackson Avenue here, the 3100 block. This is the home where the suspected grenades were found. As I zoom in here, you see that archway, and there's a home behind the palm tree. That's where we were watching the sheriff's arson and explosive team investigators going into that home to examine what they believe is 2 grenades that were found in the property or on the property. You can see the bomb squad vehicle here as well as other deputies, but the area is completely locked down right now as they investigate whether or not those are live ordinances or not. But in the meantime, the school's still on lockdown, parents still waiting for their children to exit the school here. But again, out of an abundance of caution, they've locked down the school until they find that grenade or grenades to be either real or not real.
There you have it right there. Good old California. Iran has completely shut down its airspace. I'm seeing multiple reports of that now from verified sources, so it's not just a rumor. It looks like that is absolutely 100% happened. Iran shutting down airspace reportedly, and looks like business is about to pick up. As good old JR would say, business is about to pick up. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on all of this to see what exactly the airspace is cleared. Brace yourself. Trump is to blame. Yes, Trump is to blame for all of the good that we have in not only the United States, but the world. You are correct. Trump is to blame for all of the wonderful, wonderful things that we have, seeing as he is the greatest president in history. Absolutely. I definitely blame Trump 100%. Marmilla says quick cross reference with the gay clubs. If that is lower, then it's 100% happening. Not joking. Oh, I know you're not. I know for real you mean that. Listen, House of Cards is a documentary in a lot of ways. Honestly, even though the final season is the worst final season in television history, it's still kind of a documentary because that's exactly what they would like to do, is just overrun it with identity politics. So, but yeah, House of Cards is 100% like a documentary. Fantastic series, dude. Mockumentary, more like it. Yeah, I hear you on that. It really is a great series, but just do not watch the final season of House of Cards. Just stop it, whatever it was, 5. Meek Kada, that's just terrifying. Kevin Cron says, I got that one. Isaac says, yo, Jeremy, we're having Jay on my stream this Monday. I'm just 100 away from 500 on YouTube. Any support from the 1 to 9 is truly appreciated. Noted. I will keep that highlighted and come back to that after we get rolling, and we can get the mods to see if we can give you a shout out, brother. Dark Metal Spider says, Nick Shirley's video dropped. It's wild. Did you catch it? We're going to catch that here in just a minute. Jake Skywalker says, Warhawks in his ear or necessary intervention. It's necessary intervention, 1,000%. Meek Kata says, don't check mentions. God, my mentions are a mess. Worse than Stranger Things? Yes. The final season of House of Cards, I believe, I don't even think there's an argument, is the single worst season of television ever, the final season. Absolutely. Now, is the drop-off from Game of Thrones probably worse? Yes. But if you're just talking about final season versus final season, the final season of House of Cards might be the single worst final season in television history. It's fucking horrendous. I think I showed you guys that on what is it, series graphs or whatever. It's really fucking bad. Just so here I can back up my claim here to show you. So you've got Game of Thrones. Okay. This was the fall off for Game of Thrones. Fucking ads on this website. So here's what Game of Thrones did. Okay. This is the ratings for Game of Thrones. And that's a bad drop off. Like that's truly horrific. Okay. I mean, you're talking about one of the best shows of all time, potentially. And then that final season just completely was awful. Some would argue that season 7 was awful. I don't agree with that, but that final season was pretty awful. But it's no comparison to what we saw with House of Cards. Are you ready for this one? You ready for this drop off? Look at that drop off. That is next level. Now, the reason that this happens is because Kevin Spacey was written off the show because of the allegations that happened, and they took it and completely feminized everything. It was woman president. She was already president in the show, but woman president, woman cabinet. It was complete forces female bullshit. It was unreal. Correct. Russ Williams just said it. House of Cards final season was a different show. Completely different show altogether. You can't even compare them. So again, I would just say watch seasons 1 through 5 and then make up your own canon after that, because it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Now, in my belief was that the people behind House of Cards, I would have to remember, when did these, what year? Yeah, it ended in 2018. So I actually believe that House of Cards actually had a plan to build their female president around Hillary Clinton winning the election in 2016. So they had a whole plan to like install the female president to kind of, mirror Hillary Clinton becoming president. That was their plan, and it backfired on them completely. Anyway, fantastic show except for that final season. So don't even waste your time with it. Okay, let's get back to business over here. So, airspace is cleared. Brace yourself. So we'll see what happens. Zinni Biscuit says, we'll all be asleep when we wake up. It'll be over. Also, the Piers Morgan episode about the ICE incident ticked me off, especially with the new info. I haven't seen his new one, so I'll have to check that one out. Graptar's Hammer says, Renee Good's family has hired George Floyd's attorney, according to the quartering. Yes, I saw that. Yeah, good job on that one. Yeah, that's a good way to be taken seriously. Renee Good's family has hired George Floyd's lawyer. There you have it. Zachary says, I'm sure Dave Smith and Candace Owens are upset. Good, they were never MAGA. Very true. Very true. Brighton Gamer says, hey, Jeremy, just watched your Hassan video. He is truly an evil person, and I hope the poor dog is taken away and given a new owner who will love her. I agree completely. Is that already uploaded on D-Day Cobra 2? Good job, Danky. That's a quick turnaround. I didn't even know that he already had that uploaded. So that's fantastic. EHEP says Afghanistan is a valid concern. This is the type of regime change I'm okay with. The people lead started while we take a few quick actions to drive that final nail and then leave. 100%. 100%. I agree completely. Isaac says Trump is to blame for cheap gas and safe borders. Hell yeah. So somebody said, yeah, so is that video already over there? That's cool. So my D-Day Cobra 2 channel, Danky uploads clips from CobraCast and puts them over there. Okay, let's see if we can find any updates before, because I do want to talk about the Nick Shirley stuff, but you know, at the moment, man, I don't want to take my eye off of the Iran stuff. Let's see here. Breaking, the Pentagon ordered the USS Abraham Lincoln carrier strike group to leave the South China Sea and head toward the Middle East. Again, if these are true reports, I think that they're finding out about this stuff way after the fact. I don't think that you're finding out about it right now as it's happening. I think you're finding out about it well after the fact. Iran says their airspace is closed to all flights except for those with prior permission. I do have different feeds pulled up right now to keep an eye out if there's any news that's going on. Interesting. All right, let's see. Eric says the California grenade story must be fake. They don't know grenades are illegal. Iran, we should have already been doing something. They are slaughtering people by the thousands right now. Those are the reports. Opportunities to fix wrong and bring life back to a country are few and far between. It is rare people are brave enough to risk everything to win back rights. Very true. Stephen Strange says, Candace Owens says it is all that is all Israel propaganda. There are no protests. Of course she did. Of course she did. That sounds very much like your typical Candace Owens answer. Are people still listening to her? Like, and I mean that like genuinely. Like, I know that's kind of a meme whenever somebody's like, oh, do people still play this game? Or do like the fact that anyone ever listened to Candace Owens is fucking crazy, dude. It really is. With that said, I'm going to keep my eye on this, and I do have different feeds pulled up. So let me logged out. Okay. But we do have part 2 of Nick Shirley's video has just dropped as well. And I want to show some of that as we are keeping an eye on everything, because I haven't seen any of it. I've only seen a few clips, and it looks like really good content. So let's see right here. So I'm going to keep my eye on the Iran stuff. But Nick Shirley is confronted by Somalis in his Minnesota expose part 2, and they are not pleased with him. So this is just a clip right here.
A place where there's a bunch of mailboxes and it says reliable ITT services. How are you doing, man?
I just want to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Why are you sensationalizing the propaganda?
What are we sensationalizing?
To attack our community. What's your final objective?
We're not attacking your community by any means.
Are you making good money from this?
We're looking for fraud.
No,
for instance, can you answer our question? Where's Safari Transportation Company 607? It's not there. And why don't you answer?
How much money are you?
Why don't you answer the question? Where's 617 Dreamline Security?
How much money are you making?
I make money off of YouTube. That's how I make my money.
Exactly. So you're making money off of sensationalizing.
That my job
and attacking
is
the Somali community.
I'm not attacking you guys. We're asking.
I'll tell you the reason why this is happening. All right, let me tell you the reason why.
Fraud is fraud, correct?
Yes.
This has nothing to do with race. This is fraud. Is fraud.
This absolutely has to do with us being Muslim.
No, it does not.
All right, and us being from Africa. This is a constitutional argument. If you don't want us here, change the freedom of religion. Say, listen, we don't want Muslims in this country anymore.
We're not saying that.
No.
We're not saying that.
When I go
Sir, I love how he's trying to tell Nick Shirley what his opinions are, because he needs a victim narrative to be built around it, where Nick Shirley is basically saying, this is about fraud. Fraud is fraud. Regardless of religion, race, belief, whatever, Fraud is fraud, correct? And this guy's trying to divert from that clear and easy to understand point and trying to muddy it up by bringing racism into it.
Talking about fraud. You're talking.
When I go onto your comments,
my comments.
What I see is people that say we do not want Muslims here. Kick every single Muslim in Minnesota out of Minnesota.
I mean, I don't disagree with that either, though. I mean, it's simple numbers. You deal in simple numbers. If the United States of America was a Christian-only country, we would be a lot better off. And every single person in my chat knows it, and every single person that hears what I'm saying knows that as a fact. Now, I understand that's not how it works, but the reality of it is if we were a Christian nation only, all of our lives would be better.
That's a comment.
You are, listen, you're preparing for the Somali community to maybe be taken to concentration camps, just like the Japanese community. All right, you're sensationalizing.
No, we're not.
All right,
Sir,
something that
answer
can
the question. Where is the transportation vehicle company?
Jeopardize
answer the question.
The safety and the protection of the Somali community.
We're talking about fraud.
If anything happens to the Somali community,
we're talking about fraud.
Listen, I'm not doing anything. I'm not physically touching.
You're getting very close.
I'm not physically touching. No, I'm not physically touching.
This is fraud. We're talking about fraud. You're defending fraud. You're defending fraud.
Comments,
you're defending fraud.
People who hate Muslims want us out of here.
People can say what they want.
Muslim,
I'm not censoring anybody.
Are using your material. Islamophobes use your material. People who hate Islam use your material. Say to us, we don't want you here. Change the Constitution. But guess what? Let me tell you something. Guess what?
Say it. We're asking about fraud.
We're asking
about fraud.
You hate Muslims.
I'm not saying I hate Muslims. We're talking about fraud. We're talking about fraud.
Why are you attacking us?
This
are we
is
the
fraud.
only community that suffers because of fraud?
We're talking about fraud.
Are we the only community that does fraud? Are we the only community that does this?
He seems a little emotional, seems a little unstable. Just an assessment.
This is about fraud.
Right, but there's what, 300 Somali providers in all of Minnesota?
There's actually 800.
Don't keep talking. Don't go
so,
you speak English? Your security doesn't even speak English. Listen, let me tell you something.
See, this isn't a race issue, sir. This is about fraud.
We have, what, 1,000 providers?
Yeah, you guys have a...
Even it's 2,000 providers.
Okay,
you want to sacrifice the safety of 80,000 people because of fucking 2,000 providers? Are you fucking mad?
Dude, this guy's
Are you stupid?
Yeah, see, at this point, I understand his good content. This guy needs to be completely removed from the situation. He is emotional. He is teetering on getting violent. He's unhinged. This guy has to go. Nothing like proving the point by doing exactly what you claim you're not guilty of doing.
I'm not stupid. You're stupid. Where's the transportation company?
What about if a mass shooting happens in Minnesota? It will be because of you. It will be because of you. If any Somali gets hurt in Minnesota, it's because of Nick fucking Shirley.
This is about fraud.
One single Somali gets hurt.
This is about fraud,
it's
sir.
Of you sensationalizes. You son of a bitch. Sensationalizes.
Wow, you're very nice.
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood.
Very nice.
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood.
Oh, wait. Did he say get out of my neighborhood? You own the neighborhood? Or are you just unhappy that people that you don't like are in your area? Very, very ironic choice of words right there.
Son of a bitch. Sensationalizes.
Wow, you're very nice.
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood.
Very nice.
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood.
Sir, can you tell me where the transportation company is?
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood. We don't want you here. Get the fuck out of here.
Calm down, sir.
Get the fuck out of here.
Sir, this is about fraud.
You wanted clicks?
You're sensationalizing yourself, sir.
You wanted clicks?
You're sensationalizing yourself.
You wanted clicks? You wanted the YouTube?
Tell me where the transportation vehicle is.
Clicks? You got YouTube clicks. Now get the fuck out of our community.
Tell me where the transportation vehicle is.
Get the fuck out of our community.
Tell me where the... This is about fraud.
Motherfucker.
This is...
Say I don't want Muslims
This is about
here.
fraud.
Say I don't want Muslims here. Say it. I want to change the Constitution.
No, I don't want to change the Constitution.
Freedom of religion, and I don't want Muslim Somalis in Minnesota. Kick them out. I was born in this country. You have to take the passport away from me. That is what you are arguing for.
We're not talking.
Change the Constitution.
This is about fraud.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Get the fuck out of our community.
This is about fraud.
Get the fuck out of our community. Get the fuck out of here. Stupid fucking idiot.
Tell me where the transportation company is then.
Get the fuck out of here.
Obviously, for this video, we had to get security because look at this now. All right, we're going. We're going. But there is no transportation company in there. Fraud.
They seem like really wonderful people. I mean, who would not just want to have have your family in this area, walking down the street with your kids? You know, you got your wife and your kids, you're just walking down the street. And these Somalis seem very, very nice and very level-headed. They don't seem like they lose control of their emotions very quickly. Man, what a great group of guys. Like, just looks like a wonderful place to be, doesn't it? Man, nothing like proving Nick Shirley right by doing exactly what it is that we say you're doing: unhinged behavior, disturbing the peace, and defending fraud every single time. I guess this guy's talking about Candace Owens, and he says, Jeremy, she gets like 10 times more views when she's live compared to you. So does Mr. Beast. You should go watch him. Sounds like your type of content. Have I ever said that Candace doesn't get more views than me? I don't understand what point you're trying to make. That's my point. Is that retarded people are watching Candace and they are free to watch her, but they are retarded. And I say that with all disrespect intended. If you watch Candace Owens and believe what she's saying, you are retarded. And you have the right to be retarded, but you are retarded. The Under Armour Gamer says the Blazers have a player from Israel, and aftermath, and the aftermath of him getting hurt is wild just because he's from Israel. I don't even know what's going on with that. I'm sure the anti-Israel crowd's going crazy over it, though. Aaron Adams says, I know I said the other night Trump was more worried about the international stuff than here, but I think Trump needs to help the Iran people. It's time. I mean, I think that you can absolutely, it's not even you can make a strong argument that the Iran situation is part of America first. And it's obvious that it is. If you're getting rid of, this horrible regime, if you're getting rid of Islam, and from what the reports are that Iran wants to become a Christian nation, is kind of what a Christian country. That's what we're hearing. Like, Christianity is on the rise and they want to remove Islam out. I'm sorry. If you think that's a bad thing, then we just disagree. So, Zinni Biscuit says, if this was were Germans, I'd say the same. I'd be saying the same thing. Let's see. Let's see. Big Christian population in Iran. That's what I'm hearing. So, where we at? Marmellin says, hey, retardos. Hey, retardos watch you too, buddy. Many here, especially that guy, can identify the type of windows by taste. Listen, if you're retarded, you're welcome to watch me. I like when people that are like me watch me, and I am retarded. So I embrace more retarded people watching me as well. But a lot of you are not retarded. A lot of you are super awesome and smart, but I am retarded, and that's cool if I have other retarded people watching me. Taker says, can someone AI Kevin Spacey as Francis Underwood in House of Cards saying, I don't like girls? Taker says, are we the only community that does fraud? Oops. Harley Dave says, Jeremy Joe Rogan gets more views than you. Damn it. I can't criticize him either then. Fuck. Oh, well, I'm sorry, Joe Rogan. I'm sorry for calling you out on your terrible take earlier, but he gets more views than me, so I can't say anything about him. So, damn it. John says, that's the trigger word Mossad taught me. Every time I hear Candace Owens' name, I have to send you money. Free the Iranian people. God bless Donald Trump. See you at MegaCon. Let's go. MegaCon's going to be awesome. And if that's how it works, if every time I mention Candace Owens' name, I get super chats, get ready to hear Candace Owens' name a lot. Just saying. All right. Just saying. Madney says, I am retarded. Watch Jeremy. Dirk says, I have traveled all around the world. These storefront signs look like they are from shithole countries. I can't believe this is within the United States. It's very sad that that's where we are. And yeah, like if you look at that sign, like look behind him. Where was it? Look at behind. Look at this.
No transportation company in there. Fraud.
This is the United States? Really? What happened to the personality? What happened to the culture? What happened to a street that you could walk down with your family? What happened? See, it works. Fuck yeah, let's go. Star Wars and Stripes says, I'm kind of retarded. Alex Jones. Nice profile picture, by the way. Self-awareness is the most powerful tool on the internet. It just is. And some people have it, some people don't. I have a lot of self-awareness. I know I'm stupid, and I know that I'm an idiot, and I don't try to fool people to think anything other than that. So Baronid for 20 says, this is because Joe Rogan gets more views than you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see. All right, next up, there's more Nick Shirley stuff, but we're also kind of keeping tabs on everything with Iran. So if you're just tuning in, thank you for being here. We are keeping up with a lot of stuff right now. By the way, this is an update from earlier. My Verizon is still out. Now, from what I understand, Verizon has over a million customers are out. And I have been one of them. So I still have no cell phone service. I'm having to use WhatsApp and Facebook Messenger to make calls right now. So I have no cell, even when I'm on Wi-Fi, I can't get a call out. Johnny says, my Verizon is down. Like, to me, that's a big problem. I've had Verizon for probably, good Lord, man. I've had Verizon for, I'm guessing 15 or 20 years, I think. When did the Note 2 come out? Whenever the Note 2 came out, I believe I had Verizon even slightly before that. So whenever the Note 2 came out is when I know I had Verizon back then. But I don't know what year that was. Like 2012. Was it 2012, 2005? I don't even know. But anyway, that's how far back I've had Verizon even before then. I have never experienced an outage from Verizon that didn't last more than just a few minutes. The fact that we have no signal I have literally no cell phone signal, and I haven't had one. I got it back briefly. Yeah, man, it's pretty terrifying to know that your service can be cut like that. Down Detector, I haven't seen what Down Detector has posted. Let me go to their Twitter account and see Down Detector. Let's see what they're saying now. Last was 2 hours ago. Here's an updated look at the ongoing Verizon outage that continues to impact customers across the United States. Since the start of the outage, Down Detector has received over 1.5 million reports. That is insane. That is crazy. I can't believe that we are at this point this long. And what's scary is somebody got in my truck the other day, and I had an old Rand McNally map. Some of the old school peeps will know it. Some of you won't have a clue what that is. All right. But some of the dudes from back in the day know exactly what a Rand McNally map is. Okay. And it was so out of date. And they were like, why the fuck do you have a map? And I'm like, I'm kind of old school that way. If I didn't, but like, that's what, if I was like traveling right now, I'd have to pull out the Rand McNally map. Like, that's what I would have to do. It's like 10 years out of date at this point. But that's how we got around back in the day. We're so reliant on our phones that we don't think about it. If we lose our cell phone connection, and look how quickly this just happened. They just wiped out cell phone signal for basically the majority of today. And if you're traveling and your GPS doesn't connect, what are you going to do? And once you become so reliant upon that, and that's what worries me about future generations, because future generations, they are not going to have any concept of a physical map in order to travel. They're not going to have any ability to be able to travel without a GPS. That is scary as fuck. And that's why I do believe that we are heading for a WALL-E future. If you've ever seen the Disney Pixar movie WALL-E, where in the future, everyone is in these mobile recliners with a screen plastered in front of them, and robots just bring them food and keep them fat all day long while you're just listening to subliminal messages tell you what to think, and they're just feeding you dog shit food all day long, and you literally don't move and you have no concept of the real world. That's what the future is going to be. And it's scary. It's very scary. We have that now. It's called Walmart. That's true. All right. Let's see here. So, yeah. So here's Verizon's team is on the ground actively working to fix today's service issue that is impacting some customers. We know this is a huge inconvenience, and our top priority is to get you back online and connected as fast as possible. We appreciate your patience while we work to resolve this issue. So we'll see. Demolition Man future, possibly. Maybe we can get the 3 seashells. Okay, next up, we got another clip here from Nick Shirley. And again, it's the full video is on Nick Shirley's YouTube channel. I'm sorry, I don't know if it's on a YouTube channel. It's on his Twitter account. I'm sure you guys can drop the link. What is this right here? Breaking, Nick Shirley just exposed another fraudulent business in Minnesota, Advanced Mobility.
Do you guys know where Advanced Mobility is? Do you guys know where Advanced Mobility is? Advanced Mobility? Yeah, we're looking for it. Never heard of it? What is this? Oh, my name is Nick Shirley. We're just looking for Advanced Mobility. Where's Advanced Mobility at?
We don't care about Advanced Mobility.
That's what we're asking for. All right, we're looking for Advanced Mobility. Nobody can help us right now. We got a whole group of people trying to get us out of here. We're looking for Advanced Mobility.
We don't care about Advanced Mobility.
Advanced Mobility doesn't exist.
Get out. You need to get out. You need to get out. Get out.
Now they're pushing us out of here. Where's Advanced Mobility at?
We don't care about Advanced Mobility.
That's what we're asking for.
Get out. Get out.
Would you like to give a statement on where Advanced Mobility is?
No, go ahead. Get out. We don't care.
So Advanced Mobility is not anywhere here. We're leaving, sir. Would you like to give a statement on what's happening here in Minnesota?
You make stuff up. This is a lie. I don't care. Who do you work for? Who do you work for? No, who do you work for?
Nick Shirley.
Who do you work
This
for?
is Nick Shirley,
I
sir.
don't care about Nick Shirley. That's you.
Yes, sir.
But who do you work for?
For Nick Shirley.
I don't care about Nick Shirley.
That's
Who do you work for? Nick Shirley. I don't care about Nick Shirley. Who do you work for? Did you go to Quality Leering Center to learn what answers and sentences meant? Did you? Is that where you studied? Did you study at Quality Leering Center? That's amazing. Who do you work for? Nick Shirley. I don't care about Nick Shirley. Who do you work for? That's amazing.
Who do you work for?
Nick Shirley.
Who do you work
This
for?
is Nick Shirley, sir.
I don't care about Nick Shirley. That's you.
Yes, sir.
But who do you work for?
For Nick Shirley.
I don't care about Nick Shirley.
That's who he's working for today, Nick Shirley.
That's fucking amazing. That is fucking gold.
This is from the
We
state
don't
of
care. We don't care
Minnesota.
about that. Get out of here.
Stop here.
And see, you guys say I can't film, but look at you guys filming. You can do that. You can film here. Advanced Mobility doesn't exist.
Well, so what was interesting was we walked in there, and on the state's website, it says it's in suite 224, but it's a one-story building. None of the suites had the number 2 on them. It doesn't exist. and it's been registered since 1999, and it doesn't exist.
Unbelievable. Rolling the Wretched for 20 says, I wasn't retarded until I started listening to you. Many such cases. Candace Owens Tax, fuck Rogan. Or say, hang on, the way you've titled this. Okay. I wasn't retarded until I started listening to you. Candace Owens Tax. Fuck. Rogan might get more views, but you get more chats. Verizon found out you were with Mossad and cut your service because of the attack on Iran. Love you. You know, Roland, I appreciate the super chat. I really do. But I'm going to have to call you out. I know what you're doing. Okay? I know what you're doing. But I'm just here to tell you, man to man, even if you say love ya to another man, it's still gay. Okay? It's still super gay. You should never say love ya to another man, especially on the internet. Okay? Hail Roland. Let's see here. Twisted Clown. Twisted Clowns. I thought pirates were supposed to be thin. McD. Taker says, Somalican, you have sensationalized people against us. Shirley Wan Kenobi. You have done that to yourself. Dirk, I have traveled all around the world. Oh, yeah, I got that one earlier. Thank you. Let's see here. Bright says 27 elections in the UK have been canceled. I was supposed to vote in the Sussex and Brighton mayoral election, but now it's happening in 2028. Keir Starmer is such a dictator. Dude, I love when Trump completely just alphaed that dude. I don't know if you guys remember that with Keir Starmer, where Keir Starmer thought that Trump was going to let him speak. And Trump just completely dominated him. Let's see if I can find it. It was such a great moment. Let me see if I can find that one. Like Starmer was all like, "Oh yeah, Mr. President, yeah. I can't wait to go speak." Is this it right here? Maybe this is it. I've lost count how many times Trump has humiliated Starmer. Yeah, right. He thought he was gonna get to speak.
United Kingdom. Where's the United Kingdom? Where's Russia? Where? Come here. Is everything going good? Very good. That's very nice of you here. These people all came in like 20-minute notice.
He was so excited. Look at him right there. Trump just steps in front of him. What an alpha.
These people all came in like 20-minute notice, and I think it's fantastic. And we have so many others. And
look at this is the look of like, you know how a dude he goes out with a chick, and the chick has sent him all the signals, and then it's time to walk her to the door, and she just says goodnight and slams the door in his face. That's how Starmer looks right now. He is so fucking defeated. It is so funny. Oh, God, I love it so much. But anyway, thank you, Brighton Gamer, for your super chat. That you led us to that glorious moment right there. Okay. What up, Harley Dave? He says, Jeremy, when is the IDOT Leering Center merch? Now that is a good idea right there. I like your thinking. Maga Mike for 20 says, when you get to it, the Somalian stops in the middle of the street and spurgs out on Nick. He claims this is his territory, and he looks exactly like Somalian Steve Urkel, who claimed all his business paperwork was stolen. Dude, I can't wait. I mean, so the Nick Shirley video is about an hour long. Thank you, Maga Mike. Hail to you, brother. So if you're just tuning in, we've had a lot going on. We're trying to keep up with all of the news right now. We're trying to see if things are going to pop off in Iran. There is a lot of rumors right now about what could happen tonight with Iran. There's a lot of movement. There's a lot of reports, but we don't have anything confirmed right now. They've said they've cleared the airspace. The Pentagon pizza detector is going crazy. You've got this right here. Iran has closed its airspace and moved to heightened readiness. Iran Defense Command has been ordered to immediately engage any aircraft entering Iran's airspace without prior identification. Lord help you, Iran, if you fuck with any United States people. And I think this is a perfect time to remind everyone of who they are messing with, okay? Right here. Let me show you this. I got to find it really quick. Right here. This one right here.
By other countries, this is the definition of weakness.
Right here.
I'll give you my favorite President Trump story. This is my number one favorite of all time. When we were negotiating with the Taliban, while President Trump was still the president, President Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan, but he wanted a conditions-based withdrawal, meaning that you do what we tell you to do, and then we will start pulling troops back slowly as long as you abide by our rules. It's President Trump and Mike Pompeo, and they are talking to Taliban leadership in the room, and they had one translator in the room. President Trump looked at the Taliban leader and said this: I want to leave Afghanistan, but it's going to be a conditions-based withdrawal. And translator translated. And he said, if you harm a hair on a single American, I'm going to kill you. And the translator goes, and Trump goes, tell him.
Yes.
Tell him what I said. Reached in his pocket, pulled out a satellite photo of the leader of the Taliban's home and handed it to him.
Shut up.
Got up and walked out the room.
Sure did.
Do you know for 18 months, not a single American was killed in Afghanistan?
Sure did.
That's the definition of strength. That's what I'm talking about. And so you could imagine that kind of sentiment being around the world. If we have an embassy in another country, no one's going to touch it because they're going to be fearful that they'll get a Moab on their head. That's how President Trump rolls.
Love that story. It's truly like that is Trump right there. There's another one, if I can find it. I gotta see if I can find it. This one right here. Is this it? Yeah. Trump to this journalist right here.
Breaks the ceasefire.
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't.
This report, Trump.
What if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now?
Good, like there is literally no other president that would have ever uttered that magical phrase to a stupid reporter. What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Freaking fantastic, man. Good Lord, that's beautiful. Dirk says, I work for number 2 for $10. Thank you. I work for you, the chat. That's how it works. Let's see. Ehab says, are we retarded because we watch you, or do we watch because we're retarded? Life is full of mysteries. Probably equal. John Orchard said, see if it works. Candace Owens. Boom. Candace Owens mention tax. Jeremy, wear Candace face next stream. Might just do that. I might just do that. Okay, so quick update. Let's see. So let me refresh to see. I'm looking at many things right now. And it seems like the consensus is it's very divided on Is U.S. going to attack tonight? The consensus is all over the place. Let's see. So there are now reports of fighter jets heard over eastern Iraq. Popcorn ready. What is this now? My assessment, a U.S. strike on Iran could happen tonight, potentially between 4 and 5 a.m. Iran time. So right now, that would mean and again, I don't know who this is. War Radar. I don't know who this is. This just hit my feed, but so that would actually be literally right now is between 4 and 5 a.m. Iran time based on that translation. Because it's what is it? So it's like 4:30 in Iran right now. Is that about right? Man, I don't know. I feel like we know too much. I feel like this is all part of Trump's posturing. My gut feeling is we don't get an attack tonight. I think this is Trump posturing right now, flexing. That's what I think. I think he is flexing, and he is basically, the regime can't focus on hurting civilians if they're having to panic that the United States is going to attack them. You know what I mean? So it's like they can't put their energy into all of this killing that is being reported if they're having to focus on the United States going after them. So that's what it feels like. Is Venezuela should have taught you that whatever Trump has going on, we're not going to find out until after the fact. What happened with Venezuela? We all went to bed, and all of a sudden we wake up in the morning. Hey, by the way, U.S. captured Maduro last night. In and out. No injuries. We're good. Carry on. So all of the information that we have and all the predictions and all of that, I feel like it's almost like when I say with movie studios and all of this stuff where there's a bunch of, reports about, oh, well, this leaked or that leaked, or there's rumors of this. It's because the studios put that information out there so that they can gauge public interest, so that they can do, analysis on the reception of like, oh, well, this rumor popped out. How did people respond to that? And that's right now, this information is getting out because Trump wants a diversion. He wants the idea of again, this is my prediction. I have no idea, obviously. I'm just speculating based on the fact that if we know all of this, it's intentionally being leaked out there so that the reports can go out there, so that then Iran can be braced for something. This is going to happen when they least expect it, not when they most expect it. Anyway, that's my theory on it right now. Brasilian says, send them home. There is a word for that process that YouTube won't allow me to send. Coopster says, we'll get you more supers. Hail King of the Grifters. Thank you. I appreciate that. Nips Litter says, does Nicki Minaj have a nice ass at least? I don't even know. Like, if Nicki Minaj was walking down the street, I don't think I would recognize her. I have no idea. Sean Living Life says, okay, I'll say it. I don't want these Durka rug sniffers in the country. Soundwave Superior says, I enjoy this Jewish comedy stream 199. Praise Allah. Hashtag no more beardos. Keep up the laughs. Aaron Adams says, you are 100% right. It's the biggest country that's growing in Christianity. I watch CBN News, and it's a Christian news channel, and they talk about it. Yeah, I mean, I've listened to a couple of people. Again, let me repeat what I said a few days ago, because what's about to happen and what has been happening is you've got a bunch of people basically pretending that they know everything about Iran suddenly. I don't. I have watched some very knowledgeable people on Iran and, gathered information in the last few days. But what a lot of people are doing is Wikipedia and watching videos and then pretending that they have all the answers, and they present it as like it's their information. And that's just, welcome to YouTube. Welcome to the internet. So, Packet Proton says, UK dude canceled 27 more elections. Udite says, in Rand McNally, they wear hats on their feet and hamburgers eat people. By the way, big shout out to Isaac, who's mods. Can we get a link to Isaac's channel? We're trying to get him to 500 subscribers on YouTube. So mods, if you can get a link to that. He's just 100 away from 500, and he's having Jay on his stream on Monday at 8 p.m. So hail Isaac. Let's see if we can get him to 500 subscribers tonight. He only needs 100. Show some love. Josie says, you're right, my brother. A retired Marine working as a contractor in Iraq was one of the few guys that I knew how to use a compass and read a map. Hell yeah. Corn Boy with a 199 super sticker. Thank you, Corn Boy. Harley Dave says, I also enjoy your Jewish commentary. You know what's funny is there's these anti-Israel people will hear a joke that I'm Jewish and then believe that I'm Jewish. That's how insane they are. Some of them think I actually work for Mossad because they don't understand sarcasm. Welcome to the internet. Fantastic Bisanox says they ask Nick who they work for. I'm sure these Somalis work for Al-Shabaab, a known terrorist group, while driving Audis, BMWs, and wearing designer clothes. Jay Felony for 20 says, I'm fapping to this. Hail the 199. $20 is $20. No, I mean, I would have preferred it been 100, but 20 is 20, brother. Enjoy it. Hail to the 199. I respect the honesty. Let's see. Ryan Miller says, imagine asking Nick Shirley who you work for, and then in the next sentence say, you don't care about Nick Shirley. You literally can't make this shit up. Oh, it's so good. Okay. With this live feed, is there any? Is all this Fox Now channel does is goes on fucking commercial. Oh, so this is earlier. This is earlier today with Trump right here.
Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Senators John Bozeman and Mike Crapo, Roger Marshall, Peter Welch, as well as Representative G.T. Thompson and Tim Walberg, all great people. Also with us today is USDA National Nutrition Advisor, Dr. Ben Carson, my friend for a long time. We went head to head, and it was not easy going head to head with Ben. He's like, great. He still looks good. That's because he drinks a lot of milk. And some of our.
All right, so that's a recap from earlier. That was what I couldn't cover earlier. I wish I could have. I saw a few clips from it. And it looked like it was pretty funny, but let's see here. Laura Loomer tweeted out that what did she tweet out just now? I just saw it. Let's hope President Trump strikes Iran tonight. Tonight may be the night that we see the Ayatollah wiped off the face of the planet. That's what he deserves for threatening to kill Trump today. If tonight is the night, God bless our troops. God bless the USA and the military. So along those lines, let me show you this. Oh gosh, I'm on the wrong account because I had to switch over. So right here, let me go to history. Is it right? Right here, I think. No. Look at that. I could have swore I saw it earlier. Hang on. So yes, Iran reportedly did threaten Trump. You guys had told me about that. I wasn't aware of that when I was live earlier. But trying to see. I know I saw it earlier, but I can't find the one. This was a little bit earlier. I'll play this clip just because it's another update, but this was about 10 hours ago.
2,500, and the regime is now allegedly scheduled to execute the first anti-government protester today. President Trump urging that all Iranian patriots keep protesting as he sends a warning to Tehran.
We've been right about everything. We don't want to see what's happening in Iran happen. And, you know, if they want to have protests, that's one thing. When they start killing thousands of people, and now you're telling me about hanging, we'll see how that works out for them. It's not going to work out good.
I love when they asked him and they were like, Trump's like, they said, well, what are you going to decide to do? And he goes, you're going to be very happy. And that's his answer. You're going to be very happy. What does that mean? What does that mean, Trump? But right here is the news that Iran issues assassination threat against Trump.
Are following some breaking news out of Iran after Iran threatens President Trump. Take a look at this social media post right now, sharing more details of this threat. This is from the New York Post saying Iran issues sickening assassination threat against Trump. Quote, this time it will not miss the target. And
bro, this time it will not miss the target. Holy shit. That's next level right there. You're asking for it now. You are 100% asking for it. What's up, Jay?
they also shared a photo of one of the assassination attempts against President Trump. All of this coming as protests continue to escalate in Iran. These are some file video of some of these protests in which reportedly hundreds, if not thousands of people have been killed. Meantime, Iran's judiciary head has signaled earlier today there would be fast trials and executions ahead for suspects detained in these nationwide protests, despite warnings from President Trump that the U.S. may take military action over the killing of peaceful demonstrators. Those comments came as activists warn that hangings of those detained could come soon. The security force crackdown on the demonstrations has killed at least 2,500 people. That's according to the U.S.-based human rights activist news agency. The death toll exceeds that of any other round of protest or unrest in Iran in decades and recalls the chaos surrounding the country.
Yeah, this was a little bit earlier. Some reports are, again, I don't know where you get like, accurate information from this, but like there are some reports of anywhere from like 10 to 20,000 people have been killed, but I don't know what the truth is. I have no idea. But
1979 Islamic Revolution. These demonstrations began on December 28th over the collapse of an Iranian currency as the country's economy is being squeezed by international sanctions levied in part over its nuclear program. This also comes as President Trump has consulted with his.
All right, I gotta hold off right there because Tim Walz is live right now talking. I don't know what he's talking about, but Tim Walz is live right now.
And who continue to stand up for freedom, quote, with courage, the day of and empathy and profound grace.
Why is it echoing?
That's all across Minnesota. People are stepping up to help their neighbors who are being unjustly and unlawfully targeted. They're
Yeah, there's an echo on this feed.
and profound grace and raising their voices in peaceful protest, even though doing so has made many of our fellow Minnesotans targeted for violent retribution. Care packages, folks, I know it's scary, and I know it's absurd that we all have to be defending law and order, justice, and humanity, while also caring for our families and trying to do our jobs. So tonight, let me say once again to Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, and I know it's end this occupation. You've done.
All right, I'm gonna have to get to another feed because that feed is awful. Right here.
Donald Trump wants this chaos. He wants confusion. And yes, he wants more violence on our streets. We cannot give him what he wants. We must protest loudly, urgently, but also peacefully. Indeed, as hard as we will fight in the courts and at the ballot box, we cannot and will not let violence prevail. You're angry, I'm angry. Angry is not a strong enough word, but we must remain peaceful. Second, you are not powerless, you are not helpless, and you are certainly not alone. All across Minnesota, people are learning about opportunities, not just to resist, but to help people who are in danger. thousands upon thousands of our fellow Minnesotans are going to be relying on mutual aid in the days and weeks to come, and they need our support. Tonight, I want to share another way you can help. Witness. Help us establish a record of exactly what's happening in our communities. You have an absolute right to peacefully film ICE agents as they conduct these activities. So carry your phone with you at all times. And if you see these ICE agents in your neighborhood, take out that phone and hit record. Help us create a database of the atrocities.
What a fucking piece of shit.
Not just to establish a record for posterity, but to bank evidence for future prosecution. The third thing I want to say to you tonight is we will not have to live like this forever. Accountability is coming at the voting booth and in court. We will reclaim our communities from Donald Trump.
Yeah, we voted.
We
Tim
will
Walz,
reestablish
piece
a
of
sense of
shit.
safety
We voted
for
already.
our neighbors. And we will bring an end to this moment of chaos, confusion, and trauma. We will find a way to move forward, and we'll do it together. And we'll not be alone. Every day, we are working with business leaders, faith leaders, legal experts, and elected officials from across this country. They've all seen what Donald Trump is trying to do to our state, and they know their states could be next. And that brings me to the fourth thing I want to say tonight, Minnesota, how incredibly proud I am of the way that you've risen to meet this unbearable moment. God. But I'm not at all surprised, because this is who we are. Minnesotans believe in the rule of law, and Minnesotans believe in the dignity of all people. We're a place where there's room for everybody, no matter who you are or who you love or where you came from. A place where we feed our kids, we take care of our neighbors, and we look out for those in the shadows of life. We're an island of decency in a country being driven towards cruelty. We will remain an island of decency, of justice, of community, of peace. And tonight I come before you simply to ask, don't let anyone take that away from us. Thank you, protect each other, and may God bless the people of Minnesota.
Is he still alive? Hang on. Is he just holding? Is he holding? Yeah, so anyway, this clown, like, no one believes anything that he has to say. No one buys his bullshit. So, but I did see he was live, and I didn't know exactly what was going on. So I wanted to check that out. I had him muted, says Green. That's actually a good decision on your part. 100%. Let's go back to this video that we were watching at the time, talking about the Iran assassination attempt of Trump, because honestly, Tim Walz is just not important enough to even talk about.
National security team about next steps with Iran as he looks to get a better understanding of the specific number of Iranian citizens who have been killed and arrested in more than 2 weeks of unrest throughout the country. So this is some video of just some of those protests that have continued to grow in Iran. President Trump said that he believes the killing is significant and that his administration would, quote, act accordingly. He also added that he believed the Iranian government was, quote, badly misbehaving. But the president said that he has yet to receive a confirmed number of Iranians killed in these protests that began late last month, saying that he has heard 5 different sets of numbers in that death toll. So the tensions continue to escalate, and these comments come after President Trump earlier said that he was cutting off the prospects of talks with Iranian officials amid a protest crackdown, telling Iranian citizens, quote, help is on the way. Now, he didn't offer any details about exactly what this help would entail.
I will say that, like, once Trump says stuff like that, you can't go back from that. And these are things that can be very detrimental if you are encouraging people in a country like Iran, if you're encouraging them to continue to stand up and rise up and said help is on the way. If you don't follow through, that's really bad. That's bad fucking optics right there. It's terrible, terrible.
But his remarks come just 2 days after he said Iran wants to negotiate with Washington after his threat to strike the Islamic republic. And now the rhetoric continues to ramp up after Iran issues an assassination threat against President Trump, saying, quote, this time it will not miss the target.
At this point, this right here, game over for Iran, as far as I'm concerned. Game over. Like with all of the back and forth now with this, and it feels like this was the thing that Trump needed. He basically baited them into saying this, and for them to say this, and not the fact that they said it, but they said it won't miss the target. This time it will not miss the target. Holy shit.
Of course, are continuing to follow all of the breaking news stories, and also a programming note as you're taking a live look at the White House coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So in just about half an hour or so, President Trump will be holding a signing ceremony.
So this is a little bit earlier today. So so that reporting's the time is a little off on that. So this is more recent right here. So this is about an hour ago.
The killing in Iran is stopping, and it's stopped, and it's stopping. And there's no plan for executions or executions. So I've been told that on good authority. We'll find out about it. I'm sure if it happens, we'll all be very upset, including you will be very upset.
And moments ago, Iran closed its airspace without explanation, at least temporarily. Here to discuss this, Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton. Senator, 3 hours ago, we were hearing that America could be planning military strikes against Iran. However, the president came out and made those kind of cryptic comments about the killing stopping. Then Iran closes its airspace, and we're moving personnel out of our military bases in the region. What the heck's going on here?
Well, Laura, what I would recommend is rather than closing its airspace, it stop the violence against its own people. The massacre of innocent civilians now probably numbers in the thousands. President Trump has made it clear he's not going to tolerate this kind of wanton violence against the people who are simply yearning for freedom after 47 years of oppression by the Ayatollahs, which are also spreading revolutionary violence and terror around the world with the blood of hundreds of Americans on their hands. I think President Trump this afternoon was specifically referring to certain public executions that were scheduled that it appears at the time had not gone forward. We'll find out, as he said. But he's been very clear in his demands that the Ayatollahs stop the wanton violence against their own people.
Senator Cotton, you get confidential, top secret briefings in your position in the Senate. The American people aren't privy to what the administration does know about what's happening there. But as usual, I think people are concerned. They're concerned that we could be edging toward war. They're concerned that helping Iran, in a noble pursuit indeed, how does that help the average American who's still struggling to pay some bills?
And the memes are dropping, so that is almost confirmation, in my opinion. Right there, the Ayatollah with the good old, was that Willem Dafoe? Was that the meme? Willem Dafoe meme? So there, if memes are dropping, that's all the confirmation that I need. Okay. That's all the confirmation I need. So we'll see if it actually happens, but this seems to be pretty close to confirmation in my opinion.
And you see it online, and these are MAGA diehards who have some concerns, not overly freaking out, but some concerns here.
Yeah, Laura, and I can
Trust the
understand
memes.
that.
Absolutely.
First, I'd point to what you might call the President Trump way of war. If you look at the most consequential, bold, and audacious actions he's taken, the killing of the ISIS leader in Syria, the killing of Iran's terrorist mastermind in Iraq, the strikes against Iran's nuclear programs last year, and the masterful apprehension of Nicolas Maduro just a couple weeks ago. These look nothing like the Iraq or Afghanistan war. They were not commitments of tens of thousands of troops on open-ended missions. These were direct, bold strikes that advance clear national security priorities. And of course, Iran has been terrorizing the United States and the civilized world for 47 years. As I said, they've got the blood of hundreds of Americans on their hands. And unless there's a fundamental change in the behavior of the Ayatollahs, the only way Iran will stop being this source of instability, disorder, chaos, and violence is for the Iranian people to take their future in
I'm
their
on it,
hands.
Nandy. Thank you.
Yearning
Yeah,
for
it's up
freedom
to
for
them.
47 years. It would certainly be better for us and all of our friends if Iran was not exporting revolutionary violence and terror every day.
Senator, the added benefit of cleaving China away from Iran, that can't be understated either, if indeed there's new leadership.
By the way, Laura Ingraham, Laura Ingraham is just, I'm not even going to say, she's just annoying as shit. So Nandy says, check Sky News Australia, apparently killing in Iran has stopped per Trump. So I pulled it up and it was uploaded 25 minutes ago. But this is a headline from when he was live at his press conference. But here's the video in question.
We've been told that the killing in Iran is stopping. It's stopping. And there's no plan for executions or executions. So I've been told that on good authority. We'll find out about it.
Now, earlier it was reported that the first public execution would be happening tonight. That was earlier in the day. Trump never confirmed that that was actually going to happen, but he had said that they were looking into it and looking for reliable information. So again, in Iran, with the internet being widely, out, I know there's a lot of people that, Starlink has been involved in all that, but the communication in Iran has been very difficult. So it's been very difficult to get actual information. And there's a lot of stuff that was being reported that wasn't true. So that's why you've been hearing so many different stories.
I'm sure if it happens, we'll all be very upset, including you will be very upset, but that's just gotten to me from information that the killing has stopped, that the executions have stopped. They're not going to have an execution, which a lot of people were talking about for the last couple of days. Today was going to be the day of execution.
MAGA Mike says, just checked, and Pete Hegseth hasn't posted on X in 8 hours. Ships on the way. They're hearing jets over Iran. Shit's going down tonight. It's going to be interesting. Mark Andre Reyes says, love you, tax, no homo. Baconator Play says, love ya. Good Lord, here we go. Slain Hope says, Rogan's Gestapo comment was taken out of context. I don't think so. I've heard Rogan crying about this before. Like, I've heard Rogan crying about rounding up illegal immigrants. He did that months ago. Like, Rogan has a very libertarian mindset to this shit. And he has people like Dave Smith kind of on his show to kind of guide his nonsense as well. So I mean, if you want to show me more context, you can, but I don't see how that was out of context. And Rogan has been consistently in that kind of like, we shouldn't be rounding up the innocent illegals, just the bad ones. It's like, they're all illegal. Okay, is there any more talking? Or is it, okay, here we go. Here we go. Right here. Rogan has always been libertarian, always will be. He was also a Bernie bro. What's up, Culture Casino?
There are reports just in that 2,000 protesters have been killed during anti-regime demonstrations in Iran. An Iranian official disclosing that death toll. The official has labelled those behind the deaths as terrorists of both protesters and security personnel. It remains unclear how many people killed were protesters and how many were part of security forces.
I can't take the music. I appreciate you, Sky News Australia, but I can't take the music. I can't. Hey, look who's on Jesse Waters.
That no one is above the law, and that includes the Department of Justice following through on those referrals, of which we've been so far 1-for-1 with Jerome Powell. So we'll see what's next.
Is the Department of Justice currently investigating Tim Walz and Keith Ellison?
I did get response that they received our message, and I do think that those investigations are coming next. Yes, Jesse.
Wow. And this is now a cover-up investigation because we know about the whistleblowers and we have Keith Ellison on tape.
Correct. That's what I believe based on the testimony and based on what we're hearing. I believe
Right.
that they knew about this and they willfully ignored it.
Right. And then we have the people backdating and forging documents once the audit went out. And that's what your committee broke the other day. Anna Paulina, great to talk to you. Keep up the good work. Thank you. So why are women falling for bad hombres?
There we go. All right. So that's Jesse Waters. Let's see. So this is live now.
Taking place. We've got some daytime footage of some of these
So
protests.
this is
I
live,
believe.
and it's
Yeah, there we have
and
it.
to Nandy's point about what he said earlier.
Protests have been happening now for over a week. Security forces have appeared to shift from crowd control and into more of a broader internal security crackdown, a larger crackdown, if you will, Hal. A lot of people are wondering whether this is a short burst of unrest or if this is a longer-term challenge to the state's ability to govern. What signs are going to indicate to you whether the regime is stabilizing or whether...
Well, just remember, this is when the media asked Trump, where the hell is it? Right here.
Don't you think so, CNN? Don't you think so? Wouldn't you say that they probably do at this point? After going through it for years with me, being hit, Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the Iran nuclear threat wiped out, don't you think, and then you just had Venezuela, don't you think, she says, CNN, do you think they take your threat seriously? Wouldn't you say they do after all of the things we've done? What a stupid question.
What a stupid question.
The things we've done. What a stupid question.
Oh, you love to see it, man. It's so good. This is on point, man. On point as hell. Where did I leave off on? Right here. Okay.
They're not going to go ahead with some planned public executions, public hangings. So we may be seeing a shift, but I'm watching that regular military. If they turn around, not the highest leadership levels, they tend to be rather ideological purists, but maybe at the lower levels, they may turn around and say is enough with the regime. Their job is to defend Iran. Their job is not to defend the Islamic Revolution. And it's in many cases their family members, their friends, their brothers and sisters that are out there who are being basically gunned.
Tim Walz is being roasted. Tim Walz live stream complaining about President Trump and Kristi Noem is plagued with audio issues. People are tuning out by the thousands. What a failure. Why hasn't this clown resigned yet? So again, Tim Walz, a complete and total idiot. I guess this was his opportunity to kind of go live and really call President Trump out. And no one cared, especially the fact that your audio issues had everyone tuning out as well. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Audio, always the most important thing. It's always audio. That is the most important thing online. Now, if you're a chick, clearly video. Hot chick, you need to have really good video. But for men, nobody gives a shit what you look like. Okay, you got to have good audio or people will check out immediately. They don't care. That's just how the internet works. This is open source intel says that U.S. President Donald Trump has told his national security team that he would want any U.S. military action in Iran to deliver a swift and decisive blow to the regime and not spark a sustained war that dragged on for weeks or months, per NBC. Now, do I think that NBC knows this? No. Do I think that you can heavily speculate that that is something that Donald Trump would tell his national security team? Yes, because that is how Trump always operates with nationals or with foreign issues like this. He always wants it to be decisive and swift. So I don't think NBC actually has any information at all. Brady says, was thinking how great it would be if someone were to stream mini Cartmans at the bottom of the screen whenever Jay starts ranting. The crowd may love it. Lance Finn says, love ya. Zero says, hey, handsome, your lips are really popping today. What lip gloss you wearing? No, Johnny. What?
It was all about, well, you know, gay bathhouses and everything. It's all about round the clock sex. It's all, come on, man.
Come on, man. What are we doing? Come on, man. John freaking Murdoch for 50 says, hey, Jeremy, I say I love you, but I don't want to confirm my membership to Bro Island. Hail 199, hail iDots. Happy Jessica. Happy Jessica. Hail to you, John freaking Murdoch. Let's see. Vescubino, is that how I say it? Love you, Tax. Ted, so I'm gonna read this. Okay, I'm gonna read this. Now, some of you may not know what it says, and that's okay. I'm pretty smart guy myself. Okay, so Ted for 499 says everyone should send Jeremy more super chats. He likes it when you send super chats, 20s and 50s and 100s, preferably gifted memberships as well. If you send a gifted membership, you can get Anna Paulina Luna in a bikini. If you send a proper 199, you can get Sydney Sweeney. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Well said. You fit a lot of characters in that $5 super chat. So Fantastic Mr. Knox says, love ya. Hunter says, love Tax. Jeff says, if advanced mobility was a legit business, there wouldn't be a swarm of angry men chasing people away. This is true. Pride and Gamer says, Starmer is an embarrassment to the UK. Farage for Prime Minister. Jacob says, Jeremy, I love you, not in the friendship kind of way. What the hell is happening in this chat? Harley Day says, IDOT Leering Center, class of 199. Now, that is really good. That's a good one. Chat, usually smarter than me anyway. Philip Butler says, Starmer's opinion rating is lower than Maduro's. Daniel says, average IQ of Somalia is 68, by the way. Ministry of Wrong Things says, you see JD Vance retweet Asmongold? I didn't, but that's pretty funny. I did not see that. That's pretty funny. Okay, let's see if there's any updates. I do want to get back to the Nick Shirley stuff if we can, but the Iran stuff is just like, it feels like something could happen at any moment. But we do have, I do have multiple, hang on, let's see, what is this? Iranian foreign minister, those, claims are baseless. There is no proof of that. The number of deaths are only hundreds. So you're saying, Brett Bear says, so you're saying less than 1,000 people? No, hundreds of people. I certainly deny the numbers and figures they have said. It's an exaggeration. It is misinformation campaign.
Well, we are on the ground in Iran. Those, claims are baseless. There is no proof of that. The number of deaths, although they tried hard to increase the number of deaths, are only hundreds. The exact figure would be announced very soon, perhaps tonight, by our authorities.
So you're saying it's less than 1,000 people?
No, hundreds of people. I certainly, deny the numbers and figures they have said. It is an exaggeration. It is a misinformation campaign only to find excuses to do another aggression against Iran. I can tell you that now it is 4 days that everything is calm. There is no demonstration. There is no unrest, nothing in Iran for the past 4 days. Well,
now, do you want to believe him? The reports are saying that there's a lot more than that. Let's see. Iran's foreign minister claims Mossad is killing protesters, and also that Mossad is the protesters at the same time. You literally can't make this up. So it's Mossad. Is this guy watching Ian Carroll? I bet this guy's watching Ian Carroll.
For one reason, they wanted to increase the number of deaths. Why? Because President Trump has said that if there are killings, he would intervene. And they wanted to drag him into this conflict.
Thank you,
that was
John.
exactly an Israeli plot. They wanted to drag the president of the United States in this conflict. So they started to increase the number of deaths by killing ordinary people, by killing police officers, by starting a kind of, fighting inside the different cities.
Mr. Foreign Minister, you're saying that these killings, these deaths are at the hands of foreign elements inside your country, not by the Iranian regime. That's not what we're being told when we get people to talk to us on the ground. The internet has been shut off, but occasionally turns back on, and we do hear from people on.
Nobody, like anytime you're turning off the ability to have information among the people, you're the bad guy. Simple as that. Anytime you are doing that, you're the bad guy. I immediately don't believe anything you say. If you are turning off the ability for the public to communicate, you are the bad guy. I immediately believe nothing you say. End of discussion.
On the ground who tell us various stories. Witnesses spoke of seeing snipers positioned on rooftops in downtown Tehran, firing into crowds of peaceful protests, turning abruptly into scenes of carnage, panic as bullets pierced through people's heads and torsos, sending bodies toppling to the ground, and an emergency room treating 19 gunshot patients in a single hour. The regime is on a killing spree, said one protester, and we've seen the video of body bags stacking up. You were saying that all of this is because you're not in control of your country and foreign elements are killing people inside your country?
No, I'm telling you that it was a fighting between our security forces and terrorist elements who had a plan to create a big number of killings in order to provoke President Trump to enter into this conflict and start a new war against Iran. And that was exactly an Israeli plot. The footages that you mentioned have not been seen in Iran. I have to tell you that a misinformation campaign is going on at the same time.
And you're suggesting that it's Israel and Mossad acting like Iranian forces, shooting the Iranian people to make casualties to spur on the action of President Trump. I'm just saying there's a lot of people that don't believe that, Mr. Foreign Minister.
No, Mossad has already confessed that.
They may be on the ground, sir, but as far as them killing hundreds and hundreds of people to make it look like you did, it does not appear in the video that we get out.
So there you have it. There you have it. Now, I just saw this. Just received a message from an Iranian family still inside Iran. The situation is far worse than most people realize. The regime has deployed soldiers, tanks, armed security forces across cities. Curfews are enforced with lethal force. Anyone who steps outside is being shot. People can only stand on their balconies and chant while watching fellow citizens get killed in the streets. We're hearing the regime is bringing outside terrorist groups to help crush the unarmed population, is what this individual told me.
So I got this email from an Iranian about 2 hours ago. I'm going to read it to you. Dear Jeff, I'm an Iranian and my family is in Iran. I'm not sure if you'll ever see this email.
Now, again, let's be clear. I don't believe this just as much as I don't believe what the clown prime or foreign minister just said either. Okay. It's a fucking email. All right. I mean, I could send a fucking email right now. So I don't know who this guy is. I think Elon retweets this guy a lot, but like, I don't know if this is true either, especially just a random fucking email. I don't like, dude, some people don't truly get how the internet works and they never will. There are people, their entire existence is built off of, can I troll this person and get a response from them? That is their existence, and they are good at it. I'm not saying that's not the case here, but I'm just saying.
Or if it will make any difference. I'm not an influencer, but I'm desperate, and I need to do everything I possibly can. My mom called me tonight and said they heard President Trump's message, but soldiers and security forces are
Joseph said, I know, that's what I do with you, Jeremy. Yeah, there's like half this chat says some dumb shit just to see if they can get me to respond. And I typically do. By the way, thank you, John freaking Murdoch, for the 20. Get the memberships.
Deployed in the streets with tanks and heavy weapons to enforce curfews and use lethal force. The only thing people can do is stand on their balconies and chant. I don't know if this message will ever reach President Trump or if it even matters, but anyone who steps outside their door is being shot. People have been going out every night to resist and are being killed or witness their fellow citizens being murdered right in front of their eyes. We are hearing that the regime is bringing in outside forces from other terrorist groups. The number of these terrorist organizations, along with their firearms and weapons, will completely overpower the unarmed population. I've said this before in my stories and comments. As you all know, Iran has been facing serious immigration issues. Videos have been circulating for years of the regime openly inviting and bringing in Muslim Afghans, feeding them and welcoming them into the country. It would not matter to them if they had to kill the entire population. They are willing to do that so they can replace us and fill our beautiful country with people who have no shame, no pride, no morals.
Yeah, I don't know how this could be true. I'm just saying, like, I'm not just going to take an email that sounds like it could be true as gospel, because you never know.
And no respect for Iran's land, its nature, or Iranian and Persian culture. I am pleading with anyone who has power or influence. We need help. We need to take our country back. We need help. Enough is enough with this terrorist regime. Sincerely, the individual's name. I just wanted to share this, kind of bring some awareness to it and kind of let people know what people in Iran are actually dealing with. That's all I have for now. Just a reminder, I have a free email newsletter. I send this out every morning around 7 a.m. Central. It's a good tool to have in your
Free? Bro, grift that shit.
arsenal to keep up to date with what's going on. The link is in my profile. So just click that link, drop your email in.
Oh, he gives it away for free so that he can charge you for the next step. I know your game. I know. Hey, come on in. Give you a freebie. And I'll charge you 10 for the next one. Okay, I like it. All right. I get it. I don't give shit away for free, except for my whole stream. Right here, J.D. Vance retweets Asmongold's response to the CBS News report about the alleged industries of the ICE officer in Minneapolis. Wow, it's almost as if the thing that obviously happened because it was recorded from multiple angles and analyzed by a whole world on a frame-by-frame basis actually happened. Amazing. So JD advanced. They don't know what's going to happen. They're not ready for what's going to happen. But it's happening. I have to say, the Techno Viking video is truly... You're never going to get anything like that on the internet again. And for the people that have been around watching this show for a long time, mine, you remember when you watched me go through the heartbreak of being trolled. So the Techno Viking is one of the most legendary videos in internet history. And you know, we were watching the Techno Viking because some people didn't know Techno Viking. So I was watching. I'm like, this is the greatest thing ever made. And then that guy, the Techno Viking, actually took the man who recorded him to court and won. And then the Techno Viking literally disappeared off the face of the earth. He didn't want to be on the internet. He didn't want to be famous. He didn't want any notoriety. He just disappeared. And so in the process of this, I'm looking up the Techno Viking, and I found an article, and it was a satire article. However, I didn't know it was a satire article at the time. And the article basically it painted this story about these people. They tracked down the Techno Viking, and the whole story was that the Techno Viking actually was gay and that he actually was dating one of the men in the video. And I'm reading this, I'm going, what the fuck is happening right now? Like, what is happening to the Techno Viking? Can't be gay. It was awful. Like, this can't be real. It would be like finding out Stone Cold Steve Austin's gay. It just doesn't work. And ultimately, thankfully, it was satire. But yeah, man, it was a traumatic journey that we went on to ultimately, luckily, found out that it was not true. Techno Viking remains a legend. But I mean, how many of you, like, the Techno Viking is on YouTube, right? It's the craziest fucking video ever, man. There's just so many fucking weird things about it. This is the original Techno Viking video. So it all starts out right here, okay? I'm just going to mute for right now. It just starts out where this guy is sitting on the back of a truck and he's got his camera rolling, okay? It's some kind of weird fucking party. I don't know what's going on, okay? And then, like, this guy shows up. All right, so the Techno Viking comes out of nowhere. First of all, there's this guy who bumps into this girl in the wig, and the Techno Viking appears and gets onto him. Okay? Right here. And now he's chewing him out. Okay? And then the Techno Viking turns around and starts walking, and a man walks up and just hands him an upside down water. Okay? Like, it's like he commands everyone to do as he says. All the drugs in this video, yes. That's the gist of it right there. It's the craziest video ever. And that's really all we have from the Techno Viking. That's all we have. We don't know where he went. We don't know what happened to him. It's one of the first viral videos in internet history. And we know nothing of the man now. He's just gone. He's gone. I saw people were like, he was in the show Vikings, or he was cast as this. There was a lot of rumors as to where this guy went, but no one actually knows. However, he may find me and kill me for reacting to the video that he wants off of the internet. So we'll see. Okay, so right here, hang on. Dude, okay, things are happening. Okay, so we got Iran reopens its airspace to civilian aircraft, and then Iran closes its airspace again. Neither civilian nor military aircraft are allowed to enter the country without permission. So they opened it, and now they have closed it again. So here we go. Oh, I got my Verizon back up. Yep, look at that. Verizon is now back up after 8 hours and 30 minutes. Verizon services are beginning to come back online following a major nationwide outage that disrupted services across much of the USA. And let me confirm again. So, yes, my Verizon is now back up. Everyone check your phones. Let me know if you have yours back, but holy shit, what a disaster. What a nightmare. I can't believe that they closed it again. Let me see if we've got any information going on right now. Wait, Democrats speak on efforts to impeach Kristi Noem. So they're trying to impeach Kristi Noem right now. No updates there. No updates there. Okay. Business is picking up, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of moving parts right now trying to keep up with all this shit. And yes, our crew is running Mario Kart World tonight. I don't know if I'll be there or not. Pizzerias, so various pizzerias nearby the Pentagon are reporting above average traffic. This is earlier. Freddy's Beach Bar, the closest gay bar to the Pentagon, continues to report below average traffic. Holy shit, this is so weird. Okay, so if this is not a meme account, this would tell us, because we know that there are a ton of gays that work in the government. So that would mean that the gays that are working in the government can't be at the gay bar because they're at work. Lindsey Graham is busy. Yes. There it is. Also, it's Wednesday. Lindsey Graham is occupied. Dude, Lindsey Graham's a horrible, horrible person. Truly a warmonger. Cincinnati Bengals cornerback is lucky to be alive. Hang on. Cincinnati Bengals cornerback Cam Taylor-Britt is lucky to be alive after his vehicle flipped in the street after colliding with a parked car. I haven't seen this yet. Okay, it has to be high or drunk. That he has to be high or drunk. High, drunk, or a woman. That's the right idea right there. No, the Jeep has the right idea. I'm sorry, all right, but in a heavily populated area, I'm just not pulling over to help you. I'm just not doing it. I've seen too much crazy shit in big cities. Like if I'm in the country, if I'm in a good, like small town, absolutely, I'll help you all day long. I ain't helping you in a big city, dude. That Jeep said, fuck it. Look at the Jeep. This Jeep said, fuck it. See, this right here, this would be me when I'm traveling and I walk into a McDonald's and I see the lay of the land and I'm like, you know what? I'll go to Chick-fil-A. Thank you. Yeah, I'll go to Chick-fil-A. Never mind. That Jeep is me. Anyway, well, I just saw that on my feed. I was like, what the hell is going on with that? So what an idiot. What an absolute idiot. Thank you, John, for the 20 gifted memberships. Hail to you. Sinister Raccoon says, "Yep, I was there when you got faked out by the fake Techno Viking interview. Gave me good times. Hail the 199. I got to do my leg day at workout. Unlike someone we know who skips leg day. Beardo fat. Thank you for the 20. And yeah, man, I was seriously like heartbroken when I thought it was real. Gary says, X-ray girl trying to park. Literally every woman trying to park. Graham Robbins says, put the pieces together, Jeremy. Iran reopens the airspace, and within 15 minutes, Verizon is back up. Verizon outage was a cyber attack, and now they are trying to save face to avoid retaliation. Too late. Too late. It's over. Verizon back up. You're right. You have connected the dots, sir. Burb Shit says, recently I leered if you stand in front of a stationary vehicle, it's your fault if you get hit. The leering is off the charts. Packy Proton says, if Mr. Trump really cares about CobraCast, he'll attack Iran 2 minutes before you sign off, forcing you to stream all night. I was prepared to miss Mario Kart tonight, so but I don't know. It's I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. Back in their place says, Iran is about to become I was. Let me see. What is it? Striking Simplicity says, you said you had a Z cars once. What car is that? I'm not familiar with the term. Like a Nissan 300ZX? Yeah, Nissan 300ZX. To 19. Well, I had a 90 and a 91, and I got rid of the 90, but I still do. I had a buyer lined up for the 91. The 91 is a twin turbo. I can get a lot more for it, so I've been sitting on it for a while. I've had several buyers that I've had people really like going after that one. We had a handshake deal, but there was months and months of negotiation back, but I ended up having it. But yes, 1991 Nissan 300ZX. So twin turbo. But the problem is, if you know anything about those cars, it is impossible to work on them. Fucking hell, dude. It's impossible to work on them. All this horror business says, Jeremy, the Arsenio Hall show got more views than you. Woof, woof, woof. Christopher says, Tim Walz drops out of the race for the election, but still wants to lead you. Too Tired says, Trump is truly the president of promises made, promises kept. If he said help is on the way, then it is. Roland the Wretched says, Jeremy, love tax. Get in the chat, Jeremy. Like my retardation, my gayness is due to watching your channel, especially Tuesday night's gay event. MAGA Mike says, considering it's already 4 a.m. in Iran, Trump could also have just been flexing just to stop the killing of civilians as they usually attack at night. True. Med says, hey, love, did you see German press is reporting that Germany is sending troops to Greenland? I didn't hear about that. I didn't hear about that one. Nice cars I would not sell. I regret selling my favorite car. Thanks for the answer. No problem. No problem. Andy Plays Games says, watching CobraCast is like taking a 2-hour dump without your phone. Rage Wolf says, play the Techno Viking with subtitle video. You'll laugh so hard. It's 100% worth it. It's on YouTube from 18 years ago. You're welcome, 199. I will check that out. Primarch Vulcan says, if I remember correctly, they used Techno Viking as the character model for Matthias Nilsson in the Mercenary games. I never played the Mercenary games. Defending Truth says, the numbers are coming from one source. Guess who? Minister Von Think says that means the Navy has been deployed. Green says, I hope Trump tells them to stop playing the Gap Band song. YouTube won't allow me to type it when it starts. Hail CobraCast 199 and happy Jessica. Boomer Sooner says, look at Valiant Renegade's post on Sydney Sweeney. There's an interesting story about a trailer with Sydney Sweeney, and I don't know if it's YouTube appropriate to play it. It's wonderful, though. It's wonderful. I don't know if it's YouTube appropriate or not. Let me see if it's on YouTube. If it's on YouTube, I'll show everybody. But it's got to be on. Yep. Okay. Oh my God. All right. So I will give a warning that this, I should get a proper 199 for this, by the way. I'm not going to do it, but this is a it's 9 p.m. Eastern. I assume, like always, children should not be watching this show ever. But so Euphoria season 3 trailer has just dropped. This is on YouTube, okay? I will not be pausing. I will play the desired part of the trailer so you can see. So this is the trailer right here, okay?
Hello, Rue. You owe me money.
You know, I'm of the belief that certain people are cursed.
I work all day. My bride-to-be is spread eagles on the internet.
You're welcome, internet. Again, Euphoria season 3 trailer. If you want to go, there's going to be a lot of people pausing on a particular part of that. So there you have it right there. Yeah, very, very, very educational, and I do appreciate it. Okay. Let's see. So somebody said that Joe Rogan's comments were taken out of context, okay? Joe Rogan is attempting to explain both sides of the ICE raid debate, but the media keeps clipping his full quote, so it sounds like he's calling ICE Gestapo. All right, so let's listen. Here we go, okay? This is the full clip that I reacted to earlier. Let's hear what he has to say.
Because I see both perspectives. I see the perspective of the people that say, hey, there was an illegal program moving people in here to get votes, moving people in here to get congressional seats, and we've got to change that. We've got to take those people that got in and send them back to where they came from or do something, because if we don't, they're going to keep doing it if they get in office again in 2028, and it's going to accelerate. And you're going to have to take away some of the damage that's been done to a true democratic system, because you've kind of hijacked it, and they kind of have. And then I can also see the point of view of the people that say, yeah, but you don't want militarized people in the streets just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them. Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers? Is that what we've come to? So it's more complicated than I think people want to admit. You know, people want to look at this as a black and white issue. You know, if you're a compassionate person or if you're a pragmatic person.
So he's basically riding the fence, which is, to me, still is just as bad. He's riding the fucking fence. So the clip of him saying that you have people, instead of him saying that, he's saying you have people. Here's how I would word that, so you couldn't clip me saying. So let's listen to his clip first that got clipped out, and then I'm going to tell you how I would say it.
Damage that's been done to a true democratic system, because you've kind of hijacked it, and they kind of have. And then I can also see the point of view of the people that say, yeah, but you don't want militarized people in the streets.
So that I would say, and then you have retarded people that believe that if you have militarized people in the streets, qualify it. They are retarded. You have gay retarded people that are saying this. But Joe Rogan's like, well, you have these people that are very concerned. Fuck those people. Fuck them.
Just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them. Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers? Is that what we've come to? So it's more complicated than I think people want to admit.
I don't think it's complicated at all. I don't think there's any complication at all. I think that we, as a country, voted in a landslide for President Trump to give us mass deportations, to clean up the illegal immigration problem in this country. There is nothing complicated about that. And the people that are concerned about the military going around asking people for their papers should never be taken seriously anyway. Okay? That's my stance on it. All right, let me see if we can find out what's going on here. Breaking another. Oh, wait, here we go. Hang on. Here we go. Breaking another ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis after Target goes after ICE agents with shovel. No word on injuries. Holy shit. We've got another ICE-involved shooting. You know there's probably going to be video of this. There's probably going to be video of this. I mean, that just dropped right there. In the meantime, while I'm looking that up, I did get this confirmed. So I told you, and let me make sure. Yes. My Verizon is back. We're back and rolling with Verizon. Okay. Now, I have located the individual that fixed the Verizon issue. Okay. This is the employee that was able to finally fix the Verizon issue. So I want to give a big shout out to Marco of Verizon. Really appreciate him. It took him 8 hours, but once they called Marco in, it seems like the problem really got turned around. So I really do appreciate this, Marco. Great job, man. We need more people like Marco out there working hard. So all right. So Nick Swartor just tweeted this out. So let's see if there's going to have to be video. As many people out there that are recording and shit, you know there's going to be video. Let's see here. While I'm looking at that, Nick Shirley appears on with Jesse Waters.
What's next?
Well, I think there's a lot more fraud to be exposed across the country, and there might be more fraud exposed inside Minnesota. There's a lot of fraud, and fraud is very, very, very deep in Minnesota.
Well, it looks like the taxpayers love it, and we love it. Keep up the great work. You're doing better work than the New York Times.
That is true. Here's the Fox reporter breaking. I'm told by 4 law enforcement sources that there has been another ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis tonight. I'm told ICE was making contact with a Target, so not Target like Target the retail chain, making contact with a Target who allegedly assaulted an officer with a shovel or swung a shovel. Shots were fired, and the suspect ran back to a house. No info yet on if anyone was actually shot, just that shots were fired. Very preliminary info, more as we get it. The target could have been at Target. It's very true. It's very true. Let the memes flow. Let the memes flow. Okay, so while we have that going on, so apparently Iran airspace is going to be closed for another hour or something like that. We have this video from earlier. Thank you for calling the ICE hotline. Agent says to shrieking leftists. So this is right here.
This is unacceptable.
Okay.
Absolutely unacceptable. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. This is not appropriate. This is my country. I'm here legally. Okay. These people, you never ask for proof. You are a bad, evil person. You need to be expunged. You need to go to another country. You need to know what it looks like. Instead, you're pulling over innocent people, not asking for any ID and just hauling them off. You all should be ashamed. How do you go home to children, to friends, to family? Do you tell them what you do for a living? That you arrest people without cause?
To be fair, I don't tell people what I do for a living just because it's embarrassing. But he absolutely should be proud of what he does for a living.
You just pick them up, put them in a truck? Is that what you do? Are you proud of yourself?
You hear how mad she's getting? Again, what did I say earlier? Always meme them. Always use sarcasm. Always. Because when you do that, they get more and more angry. And did you see how much, like, so much more anger after he did that?
Are you proud of this? Are you proud? You are an idiot. You do not deserve to walk the face of this earth. None of you. None of you. You are fools. I did get a name. I did get a name. They took somebody out of that car. And they're, yeah.
You love to see it. You love to see it. It's a beautiful thing. Let's see if we can get any updates on this. God, these people are crazy. They really are. Let's see what Nick Shirley has to say right here.
Involved in the, like, even if they're not involved in the fraud, are they still defending the Somali tribe?
Well, you heard him. You heard the one man say, he said, "Are we the only people that commit fraud?" And so it feels like it's all sort of almost like a big community that's trying to hide from the fraud, when in reality, 89% of the fraud that's happening inside Minnesota is from Somalians. And that's just a fact of the matter.
So you guys were working off of a list here. Did you go to any addresses that had cars that were taking kids to daycares?
No, and I'm being 100% honest. There was not a single location we went to where there was cars that were moving people around Minnesota.
And you were calling the phone numbers too. Did anybody pick up?
Yeah, well, I mean, like Quality Learning Center, for instance, that phone number went to nowhere. If you make a phone call to any of these locations, I mean, just going to the address is enough. There wasn't anyone even there. There wasn't even signs on a lot of these places. They were apartment buildings. So, I mean, phone call wouldn't have done much.
All right, so you're out on the street, and is it clear that the politicians were clueless? I mean, how could they have not known about this?
Well, they obviously knew because they've enabled it to happen for so long. I mean, for instance, Quality Learning Center, it had over 90 violations, yet they kept giving that daycare millions of dollars. And these
Millions of
transportation
dollars.
companies, I mean, if anyone in Minnesota is
Insane.
watching this right now, they know what I'm talking about, because you drive around Minneapolis and you'll see nobody inside of these transportation vehicles.
I mean, without giving away your logistics, what's next?
Well, I think there's a lot more fraud to be exposed across the country, and there might even be more fraud exposed inside Minnesota. There's a lot of fraud, and fraud is very, very, very deep in Minnesota.
Freaking millions of dollars. And this is a little bit like, you know, it's not a total, like, I know a lot of you were asking about Mark Carney, and I actually have some video of Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. He just arrived in China, dressed to impress. So I just want to show everybody that video really quick. So, yeah, I mean, good job, Mark. So it's good to see Mark showing up there in China. Oh, I didn't know he fell. Damn. That looked like that hurt. Sorry about that, Mark. Yeah, that looked like that hurt, buddy. So Canadian leadership, though, very on point. Makes a lot of sense. Oh, that's AI? No, there's no way that was AI. There's no way. That's not AI. No, that's absolutely 100% real. Like, that's 100% real. Like, there's no way that's real. That's no way that's AI. That's real. Absolutely real. No doubt. Like, I wasn't even questioning that. So some of you are saying, no, it's not AI. No way. No, not even. All right, Breaking 911 is reporting that one person reportedly has been shot by ICE in northern Minneapolis, Minnesota. Law enforcement sources told Fox News that ICE agents were attempting to make contact with a target when the individual allegedly assaulted an officer with a shovel, prompting agents to open fire as the suspect ran back into the house. So those are the reports that we have. So I doubt there might not be cell phone video with this, since it was at a house. There could be, but you know, who knows? However, this is earlier. Right here. This illegal in Minneapolis refused to come out of the front, so ICE agents used a battering ram, okay, to get in. Let's fucking go.
What warrant? Wait. Somebody in here with my babies. Sugar, stay in your room and shut the door. Sis, I'm not even touching nobody. Get your hands off of me. No. Bring him back. Bring him back.
Honestly, no, I honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, okay? I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not being sarcastic, all right? I'm not being sarcastic. This hit me right here, okay? This hit me deep, all right? Right here, what she says, just go with me here, okay? Go with me.
No. Bring him back. Bring him back.
Yeah, no, it honestly, I agree. What she's saying right there, I feel the same way. It's 2009. You're in line for the Modern Warfare 2 midnight release, and whenever I think about that, I'm just going to myself. This is what I'm saying.
Bring him back. Bring him back.
That's I feel you on that. So bring it back. Bring back the midnight release for Modern Warfare 2. Bring it back. Bring it back. Damn, I feel it, man. I feel it. So yeah, respect to her. I know where she's coming from. So new meme template is born. New meme template is born. Hang on. Okay, we got that. There's Tim Walls whining as usual. Where did the breaking 911 story go? I have too many tabs open right now. Bring them back. Bring them back. Let's see here. Let me what that. What is this? Kamikaze Karens are being ordered to die to dismantle white supremacy. What?
Karens are back. Babe, kamikaze Karens are back.
Kamikaze Karen.
Good for you. Good for you. Don't move.
Put your hands in your pocket. Get your hands in your pocket.
You gotta move. Get out of the way.
I don't post.
And the media is drooling. Quote, this is what democracy looks like. Moms in cars, armed with nothing but iPhones and a clear view of right and wrong. The cavalry is here to save us, and she's driving a minivan. Public service announcement. If you love your mom, don't let her turn into an ICE stalker. Moms with minivans are training like a militia, but not anybody can join. First, you have to pass a battery of psychological tests. You must hate men.
You know, one thing that hating men has trained me for is literally trained me for chasing ICE cars off of my street. 5 of them right now. Following them down the neighborhood, honking, blowing whistles, telling them to off. All that rage that I have felt towards men is coming out. I have been trained for this moment.
Phase 2 gets a bit more physical. It's time to shred, not the weight. We love women in all shapes and sizes. You need to shed your whiteness.
In order to dismantle white supremacy, we have to be willing to lose the benefits of whiteness. Means they kill us too. That's what that means. And it's time for some radical acceptance about that, guys. That's what it's going to take to dismantle white supremacy, is losing the benefits of the system. So we can't be so shocked as white people continue to die.
White women need to die to dismantle white supremacy? That's one way to do it. Step 3, body and mind. Push your body to the breaking point and let your body be a barrier.
There's times where I'm scared, but I'll still approach a vehicle. Like, it doesn't stop me or any of us from showing up, and actually not only showing up, but putting ourselves in a position of just like almost like a barrier between them trying to get vulnerable people who don't speak the language fluently.
And when you get thirsty, no water, especially not with ice. Instead, sip on a nice tall cup of F-Ice cold brew. Sounds aggressive, right? It's not. It's all love.
She died because she chose love and solidarity over fear, and we will make sure the world never forgets her name.
What the fuck, dude? Like, it's crazy. This is fucking insane. They just invent shit that does not exist. We're dealing with people that said men can get pregnant. It's just...
It's a tragedy she died, but love was not the cause of death. Women shouldn't be getting in between armed agents and foreign fugitives. It's like driving a car in front of a SWAT team serving a search warrant. Someone's going to get hurt. Women are not designed for violence or danger. These are manhunts with guns and armored cars. And the illegals have nothing to lose. If they get caught, they know it's over. And these illegals have shown they will break the law and they will hurt you. ICE agents are getting assaulted and rammed by illegals and now women. Women who are not professional drivers and not athletes. From what we've seen, they're clumsy and reckless and have no sense of danger. And all these politicians are basically trafficking them. Women are crossing state lines, getting used and getting hurt. And Democrats are making money from it. They're fundraising off it. They're using women as human shields to hold the country hostage. Tampon just addressed the nation and said this.
You have an absolute right to peacefully film ICE agents as they conduct these activities. So carry your phone with you at all times. And if you see these ICE agents in your neighborhood, take out that phone and hit record. Help us create a database of the atrocities against Minnesotans, not just to establish a record for posterity, but to bank evidence for future prosecution.
The proper answer from a leader in that situation is, if law enforcement is there, do your best to assist them by answering the questions that they have and providing the documentation that they need. That is the proper answer. He is actively telling people to not comply, and he is treating the police like they are the criminals, and he is telling the civilians to record every move they make, document everything that they're doing. He is labeling them the enemy to a bunch of mentally fucked up people already. That, to me, like, that is what he is saying right there. We heard it earlier, but what he is saying right there, that is, he should be arrested on sight for that shit.
Wow. Corolla, he's got a better idea.
They essentially create chaos and then say they don't want chaos. So it's essentially tons of chaos saying we don't want chaos and then saying, don't you want the chaos to stop? And I'm like, yeah, I'd like the chaos to stop, but the answer isn't abolish ICE. The answer is you keep your fat ass at home.
Holy crap, man. Just absolutely insane, man. Let's see. I got that. Breaking, the United States has called an emergency meeting of the United Nations Security Council regarding Iran. Maybe the UN can be useful for once. That's from him. I see him getting tweeted a lot. He actually just tweeted something about Candace Owens that I have to look into here in just a minute. I'm going to watch this video in a minute on Candace, but I'm trying to keep up with all the Iran stuff to see. Things are calming down on the Iran front, which tells me that there's probably something cooking. This is a accurate right here. The left has no idea what's coming. They got no idea. It's going to happen. Trump is inevitable. All right. He just is. So get ready. Okay. So this is clip right here. The headline has me fascinated. Okay. The headline has me fascinated. I don't know what the video is going to support the headline, but I got to watch this. Breaking, Candace Owens says that time travelers are now involved in Charlie Kirk's murder. You can't make this up. Come on, dude. Hold on. I got to hear this. I got to hear this.
Why did Charlie think he was a time traveler? He said, as I showed you in earlier messages, that he was a time traveler and he had to find me. Is that just something people are saying to their homies in text messages? And again, not anything that I would have placed so much emphasis on back when he was saying it, but it came to fruition. The other parts, he did die young. Why did he think that him dying young was necessary in order to change things? He did die young. It is related to Turning Point USA. In some way or another, at the very least, we can all agree it's related to him speaking at a campus event for Turning Point USA. I'm totally occupied by this. I tell you, I read these messages and I'm going, what is this? What is reality, actually? And Charlie died. Yes, like I said, it was related to this organization. And I think we would all agree that his death and the manner that they did it changed the world in ways that I don't think we can fully realize, or certainly not.
Okay, so I've talked about this a few times. And I've tried to be very careful because this is like walking through landmines and I'm trying not to step on something, but I mean no disrespect to Charlie Kirk by this. Okay. Because what happened to Charlie Kirk is absolutely horrendous. What we witnessed, it's horrendous. And it's a very important moment in our history for sure. Charlie Kirk was not viewed as a generational leader of men or a cultural crusader in any way, shape, or form when he was alive. He was viewed as a very important conservative voice. That's what he was viewed as when he was here. He was viewed as an important voice on the conservative side that had a podcast. That's how he was viewed. Okay. Now, when someone dies in the manner in which he died, we do, kind of look at them in a different light. Now, in his death and the way that it played out, he became a symbol. He became an iconic symbol. And then we started to learn that, yeah, he was building something special with Turning Point. We all knew Turning Point was a thing, and Charlie Kirk was viewed as a very smart, a very, important person, very articulate, very, respected, all of that when he was here. But, you see it when he passed away and, you're looking at it and there was this kind of like over dramatization of who he was. And the narrative started to go that like Charlie actually was the one holding everything together. And I'm like, no, he wasn't. Charlie wasn't holding the entire conservative movement together. Trump is holding the conservative movement together, just like Trump has always been holding it together. This is Donald Trump's country. This is Donald Trump's America. This is Donald Trump's party. Charlie Kirk was a crucial piece to a giant puzzle, but Candace is trying to like build this up as like Charlie Kirk was this super important piece that everything was centered around in the world when he was here, and he just wasn't.
In a way that I can articulate. You just cannot pretend that all of this is one big unhappy coincidence. It's entirely plausible.
It's like I said with Patrick Bet-David, after Charlie Kirk was, assassinated, Patrick Bet-David was having a conversation on his show, and he said that he would make Charlie Kirk would be the #1 draft pick of any influencer, period, that if you were to do a draft pick of influencers, Charlie Kirk would be far and away the number one guy you would choose. Now, if you go back to 2023, Valuetainment, Patrick Bet-David's company, did a list of the 50 most important voices in all of media, and Charlie Kirk was not in the top 50. Charlie Kirk dies. Suddenly, he becomes the number one guy. Nobody was going, where's Charlie Kirk in this top 50 influencers and top 50 voices? Tucker Carlson was in that. Ben Shapiro was in that. Mr. Beast was in it. The people that run Netflix was in it. Charlie Kirk was nowhere to be found in that top 50, but suddenly he gets assassinated and everybody's like, he's the most important guy and he's holding everything together. He just wasn't. He's a great guy. He did amazing things, and his death galvanized people in a way that, we probably don't fully understand. That doesn't change the fact that when he was here, nobody viewed him as that guy. They viewed him as a good guy that had built a really great company and a great movement that impacted a lot of young people. But no one was looking at Charlie Kirk as like, this guy he's leading everyone.
Well, I think plausible that they knew something about Charlie. And that's why they had him marked and had him monitored and had him likely followed since he was young. And maybe they thought, like the agents think, that if they swarmed him and they stayed with him and they pretended to be his friend, that ultimately they could control Charlie and perhaps change an outcome. They could literally change an outcome related to Charlie. So when for the first time in his life, because I do believe he was managed, I mean, I've already said I was handled. I didn't recognize that I had agents. And for the first time in his life, Charlie peeks his head up and starts to push back in a meaningful way. They couldn't stop him from becoming bigger. That seemed to be inevitable. But they panicked. They seem to have panicked, right? I mean, this is just starting to happen within a year when Charlie's going like, hey, man, I don't actually think this. I don't actually believe this. And then he goes, you know what? Take the money. Take the money out of the organization. And
the thing is that they keep building this narrative that Charlie was getting ready to call this stuff out. Like, Charlie didn't build Turning Point USA without getting huge investments from huge, big money people. That's how he built it. Charlie was paid a lot of money from a lot of important people. And people don't give you money, that level of money, because they like you. They give you that money because they want something in return. And he got hundreds of millions of dollars from people over the years to build Turning Point. Anyway, Candace is crazy. I feel like this headline is a little misleading based on what she's saying. But I wanted to hear it anyway. But forget all that. It's all irrelevant now. Let's get back to more pressing matters like this right here. Heavy DHS response on the scene of ICE-involved shooting. So this is the ICE-involved shooting that we were talking about. This is more video from it right now.
They looks like they're trying to force through to control the scene with a vehicle. They're clearing. There's a person arrested, it seems. I'm not quite sure, on the ground. She looks like she's cuffed. Yep. There's Border Patrol officers in full camo. They're armed with a couple of them have night vision. You can put the microphone to what they're saying.
Dude, what are you doing? What made you sign your oath and do this to us? Is your dick that small? Is it? Did your uncle touch you at Christmas?
They looks like they're trying to force through.
Holy crap. So over here on Hannity, he's got this video right here. I don't know if this is a live feed or what.
And then also, we can tell you that the tactic, though, is not new here in the streets of Minneapolis. It's been rampant. Borders are Tom Homan telling Fox earlier the White House is actually looking into who these protesters you see on your screen are. You can see the pepper balls, you can see the pepper spray being shot, and this is what continues to happen, Sean. We can tell you it's been a week since Renee Nicole Good was shot here in the streets of Minneapolis, but ICE says they're not pulling out. This is targeted operations, and people need to understand whether they like these federal agents or not. They're federal agents. You can't put your hands on them. You can protest, but what we're seeing has not been peaceful in the streets of Minneapolis, Sean.
Alexis, let me go back to where you started, and that is that ICE is now confirming that an illegal from Venezuelan attempted to assault an ICE agent with a shovel and was shot in the leg and taken out with a smile on his face, but was shot in the leg. That's confirmed?
Confirmed through our DHS sources, and that's exactly right. The way you summed it up is exactly what happened. It probably played out a little longer there on the scene, and people are going to have questions about it, but according to DHS, who was just talking to Fox a short time ago, they say it was a chaotic scene when they went to hit a targeted operation. They went to get this Venezuelan. According to ICE, he took a shovel, attacked one of their agents, and that's when shots are fired. We know he was hit in the leg and is expected to be okay.
Alexis, all the law enforcement, all the times I've been down to the border myself and all my time around law enforcement, it makes me wonder, because all law enforcement, they are taught not to shoot for the leg, but upper body mass. And one has to wonder, with all of the negative press and all the names that they've been called, if maybe they're afraid to follow their training at this particular point. But Alexis, thank you for that report. Please stay where you are. We're going to come back to you in a minute, but I want to bring in Sarah Carter. Long time.
It's crazy, man. This is Tim Walz and Jacob Fry's mess. This is their mess. Tim Walz literally just told people to go outside and harass ICE agents and record them like they are suspects or something like that. You're trying to, you're basically saying they need to be recorded. You need to record every move they make. You are encouraging people to go out and do this. It's unreal, dude. Holy crap. Real Gray goes for 20, says Candace Owens is to Alex Jones as Beardo is to Dr. Disrespect. The original is always better. Beardo fat. God. Damn. Bumblebee says, bring a Toys R Us back. I agree. Matt Frog says, can you check out Alex Stein's clip standing on business for the black man at City Hall? It's hilarious. All right, I'll have to see if I can find that one. That sounds good. Primetime 99. Let's see. Alex Stein. I'll pull that up. All right. I'll look for his account here in just a minute. I will say that this right here, we do have a release statement from the ICE agent in question. This is the statement right here. The ICE agent says, "Fucking bitch." Hey, I'm just telling you, this is what I hear. Okay. This is what the ICE agent said. This was his response to the concerns of the community. And I hope that everybody in the community is, hears what he has to say. And I hope they're okay with that. So also President Trump, JD Vance, and Marco Rubio have a response as well. This is a response to all of the concerns. And in fact, I have a clip to show all of you that I do believe we have this. Speaking of time travel, we have a clip of what the United States will look like once ICE finishes their job. If you're interested in that, are you interested to see what the United States will look like once ICE finishes their job? Here it is right here. Can't play all the music, but this is a glimpse into what the USA will look like once ICE is done. Once we've gotten all the illegals out of the country, this will be the world that we live in right there. And I can't wait personally. I think it'll be great to see this. This is real, by the way. This is absolutely real. So Good old Trump and his memes, man. It's an unstoppable force. Trump practicing for the 250th celebration. Good Lord. AI is something else, man. It is something else. That's earlier. Okay, we got that. Verizon has largely really. Okay, yep. All that's back. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see where we're at. Sean Osmo says pizza sales up at the Pentagon. So yes. Vault 95 says Minnesota is a Somali colony. It must be liberated. Crap Tower Hammer says Pentagon pizza sales don't lie. Maxos BT says, where are my burritos at? Slain Hope says, reports say that Iran will get blazed at 420. Isaac says, many thanks to everyone. Held to 199. Where are you at, Isaac? Where did we get you to 500? Let me know, chat. Mods, did we get Isaac to 500? Needed like 100 subs. Were we able to pull that off? That AI looks too real. I know. It absolutely does. Let's see, 424 right now. All right, drop that link again, mods. Let's get him to 500 if we can. Unseen Dimension says, I love you deeply, Jeremy. Is that less gay? No, that's very gay. Packy Proton says, love you, tee-hee-hee. Fenrir Fire says, you see Biffle's home had $30,000 stolen from it. Yeah, honestly, man, it's hard to sometimes faith in humanity, dude, it fails. So many of you probably know this, but this is awful, dude. Okay. So first, let me, for those of you that don't recall, NASCAR legend Greg Biffle, him and his entire family died in a plane crash just like a couple of weeks ago. All right. Greg Biffle and his entire family died in a plane crash. All right. This messed me up because I'm a NASCAR fan. Greg Biffle was a great guy. He did a lot to help the victims of the North Carolina hurricane victims. He was flying out there helping people, and he lost his entire family, his wonderful, beautiful family, all lost. It was terrible. They were a Christian family, and it just messed me up when I heard about this. So obviously that was terrible. But then you get this news right here. And it just shows you how shitty people are. NASCAR's Greg Biffle's home was burglarized weeks after a fatal plane crash, tragically killing him and his family. $30,000 was stolen, along with, I believe, some guns and everything like that. So people burglarized his house, stole cash, stole guns. Dude, like, what the fuck, man? Like, it's so bad. Like, Greg Biffle was helping humanity. Greg Biffle was a humanitarian. He had a wonderful family, raising his family. They were Christians. All of them lost in a plane crash. And then this. And I don't know any of the specifics. I don't know if we know the details of it, of who it was. Thieves steal $30,000 from home after fatal plane crash. Just weeks after Greg Biffle, his family and others were tragically killed in a North Carolina plane crash, burglars broke into his home and stole $30,000 in cash. Let's see. The sheriff's office says deputies were dispatched to the Biffle residence around 6 p.m. on January 8th for a possible break-in. They reported a backpack and $30,000 in cash were missing from the home. No arrests have been made in connection with the theft, and the investigation is still ongoing. Awful, man. I'd heard that there were guns stolen too, but I guess, I don't know. That's not in this report right here. God, TMZ's website's fucking trash. But yeah, I hope that they find the people that did this, and I hope those people burn in hell. Just an awful story. Absolutely terrible, man. Jeez. I'm looking for this video from Alex Stein that you were telling me about. I don't see this video from Alex Stein. Somebody can link me to it because I'm scrolling his timeline and I don't see this video from Alex Stein that you want me to react to. So, anyway, let's move on. But that's a heartbreaking story, man. I hate that the family had to deal with that. And I mean, like the family that's having to mourn the loss of the entire Greg Biffle family. And now you've got that extended family has to deal with a break-in. It's just disgusting, man. That family doesn't deserve that shit, man. They really don't. Finn Fire, I got that one. Slain Hope says peaceful Democrats is an oxymoron. What would you do if the internet went away? Retail? What would I do if the internet went away? Forklift driver. That's like the sexiest job on the planet. Yes, absolutely. I'd be a forklift driver. Ministry of Wrong Thing says, can we stop and appreciate how the left have now officially adopted countering the number one 80-20 issue that Trump won the popular vote and the 7 out of 7 swing states as their midterm platform? Yes, absolutely. 1000%. It is pretty funny that the left just continues to make more problems for themselves, man. And I am A-okay with that. No reports on Iran now. The last image we have of the Ayatollah is this right here. This is the last image reportedly. So I don't know what this means. Maybe bombs dropped on him. Maybe a bomb will drop on his head. Maybe that's what Trump said. The Under Armour Gamer says APL for AG, smarter and hotter than Scammy B. Twisted Clown says, put that on a t-shirt. What a stupid question. Packy Proton says, trust the memes or trust the fungus, quote. Magoo says, look up Cybergoth Dance Party. John Jones says, can't wait for Six Flags over Greenland. Harley Dave says, proper. That's a proper 199. Ministry of Wrong thinks is free Kaya. Boomer Sooner says, no look, Jeremy, at Valiant's post. Okay, I got to pull up that one. I'm sorry. I got to look that one up. Philip Butler says, yet you are pissed because Hollywood takes sides. What do you mean? I don't know if this is a reference to. The Gonzo Sean says, a shovel, dig, baby, dig. All this horror business says, I live in Texas, and I just looked out my window and saw the fighter jets entering Iranian airspace. Here we go. Site Team says, shovel, baby, shovel. John Jones says, she sounds like a Disney princess. BS picks and flips with 5 and says nothing. And then he says, thanks for keeping my parents entertained. A good podcast. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. As long as everybody is enjoying it, that's all that matters. Ministry of Wrong Thing says, unironic, literal, suicidal empathy. Wow. Zero says, there was once a gal named Renee who wouldn't get out of the way. She stopped taking her meds and went after the feds, which effectively ended her day. Fucking internet, dude. Suggin says, we've gone from trucks of peace to minivans of love. Let me see. Bumblebee says, ICE MVP playbacks. I'm okay with that. Buster Nut Smash says, Candace Owens is Netflix Alex Jones. Magoo says, so aren't going to look up a video from someone who's been a member for 33 months? Damn. Are you mad because I'm not looking up a fucking random video you want me to search out? Like, I literally read every fucking super chat and every member message. Like, no other streamer that gets as many super chats as me does this, and I'm still getting people bitching at me. You can't fucking win. Mickey Kata says, next she'll be talking about an alien anal probes. Let's see. TJ says, Walls is just butthurt over not being VP. Storm Shadow says, so Jay, I mean, Jeremy's saying Charlie can't be the greatest influencer because he died. Cooper says, why don't you boost Jessica Lindstrom and Cam Man stream? Mod Lives Matter don't matter to you. Shame. I can't fucking win for anything. Can't do anything right. I'm always getting bitched out. Oh, look at there. Hey, Pam Bondi went on Fox News to tell everybody she fired somebody. Pam Bondi appears on Fox News?
In Minnesota. What happened in Minnesota? We had 6 prosecutors who suddenly decided they didn't want to support the men and women in ICE. One of them was busy doing a photo shoot with the New York Times while ICE was out there risking their lives. So they came, they said, we want to resign, but we want to use our annual leave up until April, meaning they wanted the taxpayers to pay for them to go on vacation because they decided they didn't want to support law enforcement. So the breaking news tonight, I fired them all. They're fired from the office. And
Dude, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. This is not the win you think it is, Pam Bondi. No.
the breaking news tonight, I fired them all. They're fired from the office. And our U.S. attorney there, Rosen, he's great. He was just confirmed 3 months.
This is so bad. This is so bad. This doesn't matter. This doesn't fix the unbelievable amount of problems. This doesn't fix your disastrous handling of the Epstein situation. This doesn't matter. What the hell are you talking about, Pam Bondi? Come on, dude. That was embarrassing. The way she said it, it's like a child needing validation from their mommy or their daddy. It's like, I fired him. I fired him. I fired him. You proud of me? I fired him. That's what I'm breaking news. I'm fired him.
Fired them all. They're fired. Breaking law enforcement. So the breaking news tonight, I fired them all. They're fired from the office. And our U.S. attorney there.
That's not how, like, you're supposed to be like, they've been relieved of their command or relieved of duty or whatever. But she's like, I fired him. I fired them all. I fired him. I fired him. You see, give me credit. I fired them. I fired him. See, I'm great. I do my job. I'm not bad at my job. I fired him. Terrible. Pam Bondi, we don't like you. Simple as that. We don't like you. Let's see. What is this? Elon's baby mama, Ashley St. Clair, went on the BBC calling for Americans to be censored on X after claiming she was sexually abused by Grok. She said Americans should be restricted online the same way the British government censors its own citizens. What?
It's interesting that you say that because a number of people in the United States, including Elon Musk, including J.D. Vance, have talked about the fact that they believe in the UK there is suppression of free speech. But you're saying you welcome the kind of measures that have been brought in this week here.
Abuse is not free speech. Sexual abuse is not free speech. And that should be clear. It's disheartening to see that because of some very laborious restrictions on speech that the UK has passed or attempted to pass in the past, that this issue that is very serious was framed and able to be framed as a censorship issue when it's absolutely not.
Elon, this is part of that 20%. He's got some problems. Elon, you are too important. Elon, you are too important to be sticking your dick in crazy. He's way too important. Elon, come on, bro. You're Elon Musk. There's... Damn it. Okay, right here, let's flip back to this. Listen, as protester says, the real criminals are ICE. They're the real murderers. We have nothing to defend ourselves with. We don't have guns. They have law protecting them. Do you know what this is? This is the Tim Walz NPC download. Tim Walz just put a target on ICE officers' backs by saying that Minnesota citizens need to record every move that the ICE officers make. Tim Walz just put a target on their back.
The real criminals is ICE. They're the real murderers. I mean, we don't have nothing to fend with. We don't have guns. They have the law protecting them. What do we have? What are they scared of? Why are they killing people? Why are they shooting people? We have nothing to fend with.
What brought you out here tonight? Are you part of one of the community?
Because it's another person shot. Or they're killing people. They're killing people. They're killing my people just because of their skin color. Even if we're citizens, they don't care. They're fucking racist.
I have no sympathy for any of these people. None. Zero sympathy. And not even close. None whatsoever. Good Lord. Okay, right here. Dozens of paid leftist insurrectionists are harassing federal agents in Minneapolis after ICE agent had to defend herself from a belligerent Venezuelan. They must all be kept safe. Tim Walz is making the situation even worse. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Get the fuck out!
What an absolute, like, this is absolutely insane. I feel terrible for the ICE officers that are having to deal with this bullshit. I feel terrible for them. Yikes. Now we're getting looks like tear gas is being deployed. Let's see if I can pull that feed up really quick. Right here. Tear gas is being deployed in North Minneapolis. So right here.
Place that the officer did in fact have internal bleeding injuries. He was hit by that car.
That is correct, and he did. He sustained a serious injury, internal bleeding in his torso. But Sean, regardless of the fact that he may or may not have had internal bleeding, which we know that he did, let's say he did not. That doesn't mean that the chute was not clean. Based on the law and on the deadly force policy, that is not the requirement. It is the perception of the agent at the time that the incident occurred, and did they believe that their life was in serious or imminent danger of death or serious physical injury, which this individual clearly did. Based on his past experience, even back in June, this same agent had been drugged behind a car for around 50 yards. Inexcusable. That definitely goes into the factoring decision. And I can tell you that being an agent, I have said this on air many times. I lost my best friend in the line of duty. She did not have the chance to defend her life. No agent should have to take the risk of not going home alive because there are individuals who want to cause them harm. That is not the expectation of any federal agent or any law enforcement officer. And they are so accustomed, particularly in Minneapolis, we saw what happened post George Floyd, that they think, that law enforcement has no rights. That is not the case. They abide by the law. Law enforcement only pulls out their weapon when they absolutely have to, Sean, because they know that they will undergo major scrutiny.
Do all these idiots know they can simply just go the fuck home right now? You can just go home, but they're out in the streets acting like they're under attack and that they're suffering. You can just go home.
In the aftermath, even if it is a clean shoot, no officer or agent wants to ever have to take somebody's life, but at the same time, they have their right.
That's true. Somebody said they need to get paid. That is true. That they have to get their 8 hours in or they won't get paid. That's true right here. All right, I got to show you guys a picture. This may be one of the sexiest pictures I have posted or shown on CobraCast in a long, long time. So I hope you're all ready for it, okay? This is going to get you, a lot of you hot and bothered, okay? This is proper 199 material, okay? So I hope you're ready, okay? I hope you're ready. Here you go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I can work with this. This is a great picture right here. That's a very good picture. This is getting me really worked up. So, yep, there we have it right there. So I got you all worked up. They're like, oh, what's this going to be? It is a good picture. It's a very good picture though. So Oh, we have a better angle. Okay. And at this moment, she found out. She fucked around and she found out. That is phenomenal right there. Okay, that is perfect. That is perfect. So this is all happening, like this was just uploaded. So this chaos is happening right now. The memes continue to get wonderful, by the way, because yeah, there you have it. Now you got the Trump flipping the bird at her while she's crying and whining and feeling like she's being victimized. But is this live? This isn't live. This was posted about 5 minutes ago. So I am keep an eye. This is live right here. This is live.
Other violent criminals to keep their city more safe and more secure. I don't think this should shock anybody. This kind of rhetoric is insightful. This kind of rhetoric is dehumanizing. And back in 2020, to reference what you brought up, 574 riots, 24 dead Americans, thousands of injured cops. They were pelted with bricks, rocks, bottles, frozen water bottles, Molotov cocktails.
Right, Harley Dave.
And billions in property damage. I pray to God you're wrong, but it's beginning to feel that way.
It makes everybody more dangerous, and it puts a target on every ICE officer in the entire country. We know what happened in 2020. We cannot allow this to happen again. We have to stand behind our brave law enforcement, and we have to allow.
Well, it's interesting because it's these things. It's just like when you look at the Google Trends for Black Lives Matter. And we saw how the Google Trends would work. Once an election happened or once there was a narrative that needed to be built, suddenly Black Lives Matter. There's this massive spike in discussion, but it's only for a brief moment. All right. So things like this are happening because Trump is president, because the idea is to galvanize mentally retarded people into going out in the streets and making things seem like they're terrible. Now, what ultimately happens in a lot of these situations is, and people like, this is me kind of applying common sense to it, but I'm sure that there's people that can back this up in some capacity. But what we see is like when you had the LA situation that happened with the No Kings protest, or when you had a situation like this that's happened in Minneapolis, there are people in Minneapolis that are there and see none of this because it's really restricted to a couple of specific areas, and then it gets reported on by the news, and it makes it seem like the entire area is being overrun like that, but it's really just a couple of small little areas within. But then people watch it on the news and their mind is like, Minneapolis is falling apart. It's like it blows it out of proportion, but the narrative is being built by the media that this is a widespread problem. And it's just, it's specific to make Trump look bad ultimately.
Allow them to arrest violent criminals that shouldn't be on our streets. I hope President Trump sends more officers in to help keep everybody safe.
And with all that said, what I just got saying, and to jump off of what Clay Travis just said, it still doesn't change the fact that it needs to be dealt with. It needs to absolutely be dealt with, because it shouldn't be happening, period, at all.
And my goodness, I hope people in Minneapolis can be smart enough to remember what happened in 2020, making police the bad guy, got so many innocent people killed. Let's not repeat history all over again.
All right, Clay Travis, thanks for being with us. I know we had you on for another topic. We have a couple of more minutes. Mark Maine Mullins, Oklahoma Senator, is with us. Senator, we read the facts. DHS put out a statement, gave it to Fox. Your reaction to this, and maybe your reaction to Clay's comments?
Well, Clay is absolutely correct, and what the ICE agent did here was he was trying to obviously stop someone that was here in the country illegally, and then when he was trying to apprehend him after the person fled the scene, he got attacked too, and he defended himself. But what is the bigger issue here, Sean, is we've got to start paying attention to what is going on in Minneapolis and who is behind this, because we know there's paid agitators. We know there's paid protesters. The companies, even if it's a 501, these companies need to be held responsible for the damages that their employees, because if they're getting paid to be out there and protest, and they're being paid to be out there and agitate, they are the employee. The employer needs to be held responsible for their behavior, for property damage and for bodily harm. And we need to aggressively follow the money in doing this. I think.
I mean, to be fair, you guys, I've been hearing that for a long time. Let's actually do it. By the way, because of the algorithm always picks it up. So because we were making fun of that woman that was being carried by ICE agents, the video has now appeared. So we have video of this wonderful moment.
I want to move my car. I am disabled. I have a brain injury. Stay back. I am autistic and I have a brain injury. Put me down. I was just trying to get to the doctor and I'm autistic. I want to move my car.
Brain injury explains it. Yes, absolutely. Holy crap, dude. I have a brain injury. Statement from DHS. Federal law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted traffic stop in Minneapolis of an illegal alien from Venezuela who was released into the country by Joe Biden in 2022. In an attempt to evade arrest, the subject fled the scene in his vehicle and crashed into a parked car. The subject then fled on foot. The law enforcement officer caught up to the subject on foot and attempted to apprehend him. And when the subject began to resist and violently assault the officer, while the subject and law enforcement were in a struggle on the ground, two subjects came out of a nearby apartment and also attacked law enforcement officers with a snow shovel and a broom handle, just like Tim Walz asked them to do. As the officer was being ambushed and attacked by two individuals, the original subject got loose and began striking the officer with a shovel and broomstick. Fearing for his life and safety, he was able, fearing for his life and safety as he was being ambushed by three individuals, the officer fired a defensive shot to defend his life. The initial subject was hit in the leg. All three subjects ran back to the apartment and barricaded themselves inside. The attacked officer and subject are both in the hospital. Both attackers are in custody. There is your official statement right there. Of course, more virtue signaling on top of that. Yeah, here we go.
50 p.m. Central Time tonight. Quote, federal law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted traffic stop in Minneapolis of an illegal alien from Venezuela who was released into the country by Joe Biden in 2022. In an attempt to evade arrest, the subject fled the scene in his vehicle and crashed into a parked car. The subject then fled on foot. The law enforcement officer caught up to the subject on foot and attempted to apprehend him when the subject began to resist and violently assault the officer. While the subject and law enforcement were in a struggle on the ground, two subjects came out of a nearby apartment and also attacked the law enforcement officer with a snow shovel and broom handle. As the officer was being ambushed and attacked by the two individuals, the original subject got loose and began striking the officer with a shovel or broomstick. Fearing for his life and safety as he was being ambushed by three individuals, the officer fired defensive shots to defend his life. The initial subject was hit in the leg. All three subjects ran back into the apartment and barricaded themselves inside. The attacked officer and subject are both in the hospital. Both attackers are in custody. This is another attack. This attack on another brave member of law enforcement took place while Minnesota's top leaders, Governor Walz and Mayor Fry, are actively encouraging an organized resistance to ICE and federal law enforcement officers. Their hateful rhetoric and resistance against men and women who are simply trying to do their jobs must end. So a very lengthy statement there, Sean, but it sounds a whole lot more complicated than what we initially had, that this was one person involved with it.
Yeah, this is it usually is a lot more complicated. Harley Dave says, looks like I picked the wrong year to quit drinking. Hey, that's why you got Cobra Cast, brother. Okay, that's why you got Cobra Cast. No one seems to ask why the fuck are Somalis entrenched in Minnesota? Like what? It's a bit cold there for them, don't you think? Must be worth millions, I guess. And then says you got to realize that they've been given orders about how to deal with these street ma'ams. It's disgusting, but they have orders. And Harley Dave, 20 gifted memberships, ladies and gentlemen. Gifties are flying. That's right, baby. Gifties are flying. Hail to you, Harley Dave. Appreciate you, brother. Narco says, did you see the video I sent you on Twitter the other day? Left us eating lefts in the face. Let's effing go. Saying X prevented this chat from sending. Really? You couldn't even say X? I don't know if I saw that one. I'll have to double check. Let's see. Mexi Rage says, I think Trump just made a bad pick with her. Talking about Pam Bondi. I agree. Isaac says, thank you for all the support. Almost at 500. Let's go. TJ says, I'm just realizing Walz is doing what people keep saying Trump did on January 6th. Funny how things are suddenly okay when the shoe is on the other foot. Yep. Chronicling Mayhem. What's up, Sophie? Says, Jeremy sent you to Bluebird. Video to Bluebird 199. Twitter? Okay. Thank you, Sophie. Minister of Wrong Things says, watching them yell at ICE is like watching a movie about racists in the 1950s scream at black people. TJ says, I am preemptively requesting you not to show any more black holes unless it's interstellar related. Please and thank you. Slain Hope says, white privilege cards ain't what they used to be. Jupiter Knight says, this isn't a protest. That's obstruction of justice. The Witches Brew says, yes, this is all happening right now. ICE officer had to defend themselves against a man with a shovel. DHS just put out the statement. And let's finish this right here.
Shovel. It sounds like ICE was going after a Venezuelan illegal alien who had been caught and released at the border by the Biden administration in 2022. That person crashed into a parked car, got out and fled. ICE was chasing him down. And then while they were wrestling on the ground, two people came out of a nearby apartment and then started attacking the ICE officer with shovels. And during that ambush attack, that is when the officer pulled out his weapon, fired, and hit one of the suspects, who again is stable. So it sounds like the suspects are in custody, and this is being described to Fox News from DHS as yet another attack on ICE officers in Minneapolis, Sean.
And it's getting spicy out there, man. Like this right here. Watch as anti-ICE protesters flee from federal agents. So check this out.
Oh, I got hit in the head really bad. out of the blue, police are moving forward.
Freaking crazy, man. Let's see if we have live feed. No, we don't have any more live feed there. Let me see.
And the officer are now at HCMC, we believe.
Yeah, and 2 other attackers are in custody. There's so many pieces to this traffic stop that started at 6:50.
Storm Shadow says Jeremy's not joining the G&G Mario Kart stream until Ice Patch drops. He wants protesters and ice props added to racing maps. I really wanted to be there tonight, but I assumed I probably wasn't going to be able to make it. I really wanted to play Mario Kart World tonight, though.
I have no idea what happened. We just got the release in terms of the details from that side of the story, less than 15 minutes ago. So the folks that have gathered out there had no information. In fact, we talked to a Minneapolis City Council member who didn't have any idea what had happened either, but the crowds were gathering, and all they knew, those that knew anything, was that someone had been shot by a federal agent again.
And so we have Courtney Godfrey at another location close to where Maury is, but in a different position with the crowds that are gathering. And so, Courtney, if you can hear us, just wondering what you're seeing from your vantage point. If you could tell us where you are too, and in terms of where the
That's
scene
very
is
true,
at
Harley.
24th
That's
Avenue
very
and
true.
North 6th Street, how far away are you?
Yeah, we're about a block and a half away from the scene. I'm not sure if you can see, but if you can see that red stoplight back there, that's about where this all happened. They've blocked off this street. I'm here at 24th Avenue North and Aldridge Avenue. But they had this entire street about 30 minutes ago. Before I arrived, my photojournalist let me know that about 30 minutes ago, there was squad cars lining this entire street. Easily 100 law enforcement officers, ICE, Minneapolis police, state patrol.
I would say I would try to join. I would try to join the Mario Kart race right now, but we have locals members, so the lobby's probably full. But I legit would try to join while I'm live and play. But the lobby's probably full because they're playing with locals members now.
About their presence here in the city. We haven't heard them say anything directly about what happened here tonight, so not sure how much they know. Obviously, that DHS information and press release came out only in the last 20 minutes or so, so people out here are probably getting that information as we speak, but they are making sure to make their voices heard to those ICE agents standing there on the streets, letting them know they do not want them here. They're shouting obscenities at them, telling them to go home.
Jeremy, reports are coming in that ICE agents have been seen and beginning to conduct operations in St. Louis. So expect this kind of shit to happen there soon as well. Bring it on. Bring it on.
Obviously coming
More
in
the
here
better.
to voice their opinions on the north side at the scene of this, and it's created kind of a traffic congestion. So it seems like more people are coming in, but as of right now, the crowd has stayed pretty stable since I've been out here the last 15 minutes. Probably about 50 to 100 protesters. But again, I'm only in one location. It sounds like we've got a chopper up in the sky, and maybe you're getting a better view from overhead. But from this location here at Aldridge and 24th, I'd say maybe 100 people out here right now, but definitely I would expect this crowd to grow just with the cars that I'm seeing on the streets here. You can hear them chanting there now. We're hearing bangs, not sure if those are flashbangs from law enforcement or if those are fireworks being let off by protesters. We have seen some of that, so it could be either. There are some obscenities on the air right now that are being yelled at the ICE agents, so hopefully we've got our air cleaner on. But
Oh, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. Like, do these mainstream outlets not understand that the internet doesn't give a fuck? Nobody, like, oh, I'm sorry for the obscenities. Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares, all right? Good Lord.
Activists, protesters, people who come to watch and see what's happening. Whenever there is an ICE enforcement going on, oftentimes word will pass around the neighborhood and then beyond, and people will gather. And that is what we're seeing tonight, in addition to what happened during this traffic stop with the subject of an enforcement being shot.
We're trying to give all our viewers as many views as we can. If you're looking at your TV now or your computer screen, you see 5 different images up there. Those are cameras placed, obviously Sky Fox 9, above the scene of the incident involving that federal agent and an immigrant, and then the other 4 are locations around that area. So we're trying to keep a really close handle on.
Let's see here. We got Maga Mike says if local PD assisted ICE in their operations instead of standing aside allowing these rioters to obstruct them, ICE would be done with their jobs and had left. This is politically manufactured chaos. 1,000%. They need the chaos. They want the chaos. Simple as that. This is as easy to understand as anything. Like, this is so simple and so obvious. Mexi Rage says, in this cold weather, water is the best tool to use. Don't give them any ideas. Bronsonite says, 81 traitor Republicans voted to continue funding a national endowment for the democracy with every single Democrat, giant secretive NGO funding pipeline. Southeastern Kaiju says, if it was fine when the Dems, it was fine for the Dems when taking little Elaine Gomez under Clinton and AG Janet Reno. Janet Reno. Good Lord. What a freaking ugly piece of shit that was. Bronzonite says, I'm calling for a National Day of Unity to make fun of Karen so bad their heart rate goes up. And since they all got the vax, you know what happens next. And then, Mike Pompeo did say Mossad agents were hand in hand with the protesters in Iran last week on X. You can see the post yourself, just saying kind of on the nose. If you ever if you ever just feel bad about yourself, if you ever need the confidence boost, just be like, I might be ugly, but I'm not Janet Reno. Janet Reno is one of the most horrifically ugly human beings ever created. Like, what an ugly fuck. Good Lord, Janet Reno. Woof. Janet Reno. Like, holy shit, bro. Like, look at this thing. Good Lord. Oh, no. Janet Reno. Oh, God. Dude. What? God. Open a new tab. She looks like she's about to do Elon Musk salute. Just saying. Yikes. That is rough. Did you guys see this? I have not reacted to this, but I kept trying to. There's just been so much going on. But this right here. Josh Hawley says, do you think men can get pregnant? To this Dr. Verma. Okay, here we go. Listen to this. If you haven't seen this, it's pretty funny.
Dr. Verma, I wasn't sure I understood your answer to Senator Moody a moment ago. Do you think that men can get pregnant?
I hesitated there because I wasn't sure where the conversation was
It's a simple fucking answer.
going or what the goal was. I mean, I do take care of patients with different identities. I take care of many women. I take care of people with different identities. And so that's where I paused. I think, I wasn't sure where you were going with that.
Well, the goal is just the truth. So can men get pregnant?
Again, the reason I paused there is
God. This is what I'm talking about, dude. This is insane.
I'm not really sure what the goal of the question
To get a fucking answer. Well, truly, the goal is to show how retarded you are.
goal is just to establish a biological reality. You just said a moment ago that science and evidence should control, not politics. So let's just test that proposition. Can men get pregnant?
I take care of people with many identities, but
Can men
I
get
take care
pregnant?
of many women that can get pregnant. I do take care of people that don't identify as women. That
Can men get pregnant?
again, as I'm saying,
Let me just remind you what you testified to a moment ago. Science and evidence should control, not politics. So should
He's literally using her own comments, and she still can't deal with this. Harley Dave says, Jeremy, this is what happened when we outlaw bullying in schools. 1000% Harley freaking Dave. God.
Can men get pregnant?
I
You're a
totally
doctor, I
agree.
think.
Science and evidence should guide medicine.
Do science and evidence tell us that men can get pregnant? Biological men, can they get pregnant?
I also think yes, no questions like this are a political tool. And
No, yes, no questions are about the truth, doctor. Let's not make a mockery of this proceeding. This is about science and evidence. And I'm asking you, the United States Supreme Court just heard arguments yesterday at great length on this question. This is not a hypothetical question. This is not theoretical. It affects real people in their real lives. And you're here as an expert, called by the other side as an expert. And you've been telling us that you follow, right, you're a doctor, and you follow the science and the evidence. So I just want to know, based on the science, can men get pregnant? That's a yes or no question. It really is, I think.
I think you're trying to reduce the complexity of a lot.
I'm not. I'm trying to get, it's not complex. I'm trying to get to an answer, and I'm trying to test, frankly, your veracity as a medical professional and as a scientist. Can men get pregnant?
I think you're also conflating
This is
male
extraordinary.
female with
No, I'm not conflating male and female. They're two different things. There's biological men and there's biological women. And I want to know, can men get pregnant?
what you were talking about is biological.
You're not going to answer my question.
Biological males.
Oh my God.
This isn't hard, doctor. Can men get pregnant? Yes or no?
I would be more than happy to
Oh
have
my
a conversation with
Dude,
you that is
this
not
is
coming from a
just
place of
fucking
trying to be
insane.
polarized and push.
I'm not trying to be polarizing. I'm trying to ask. I think it is extraordinary that we are here and hearing about science and about women. And for the record, it's women who get pregnant, not men. Dr. Verma.
It's like we're watching a comedy skit, except it's not. Like, it literally comes off as a comedy skit. Holy shit. She's just trolling at this point. Honestly, like that's what us normal people try to justify this psychotic belief, but it's not that she's trolling. It's that she is so fucking terrified of these freaks. She knows the answer. Okay, let's just be clear. She knows the answer. She is scared to death of these freaks because she doesn't want to be eaten alive by them. This is what it all comes down to. They are scared of these psychopaths, so they don't want to tell them the truth. Because ultimately, they treat these people like children because these people have the mind of a child, where they just continue to let them believe their own delusions. But at some point in time, even a child has to be told, like, yeah, this thing that we told you was going on isn't really going on because you're becoming a little more older. You should know the reality of this. No. It's crazy, dude. Litton for 20 says Janet Reno, first open trans in government. I don't know where that's going. And Will Ferrell as Janet Reno on SNL was the best. That was awesome. Honestly, listen, I'm not saying that Janet Reno was the first open trans in government. What I'm saying is, if I found out that Janet Reno had a dick, I would not be surprised. I would not under like it would be like me pretending to that like big Mike Obama. And I'm like, oh my gosh, so shocked. I can't believe that Big Mike has a giant cock. So yeah, I would not under any circumstances be shocked to see like, I'm just like in the men's restroom peeing, and then Janet Reno walks in and just flops it out and starts peeing. And I'm like, makes sense. Makes sense, bro. Let's see. CJ says she knows the answer. She refuses to answer because the truth will overturn the narrative. For people like her, it's the narrative at all cost. Truth be damned. 100%. Harley Day for 10 says participation trophies have been manifest, and now they are in power and have been convinced they could do no wrong, but they are all just useful idiots, mostly cannon fodder. Yes, and that's the danger of the everybody gets a trophy mentality. That's always been the danger. Is you start setting a precedent at a young age to tell people like, it's okay that you lost as long as you showed up and had fun. It's like, no. Winning is what matters. Winning. That's what matters. That's what you focus on. All right. It's like this right here. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. It's this moment right here, okay? If I can find that clip. All right. This is it right here, okay? It's the Michael fucking Jordan mentality, all right? It's, I'm here to fucking win. And I'm bringing you with me, but you're going to have to deal with the mentality. The greatest of all time. This is the mentality right here that everybody should learn.
Winning has a price. And leadership has a price. So I pull people along when they didn't want to be pulled. I challenge people when they don't want to be challenged. Once you join the team, you live at a certain standard that I played the game. And I wasn't going to take anything less. Now, that means I had to go in there and get in your ass a little bit. And I did that. You asked all my teammates. The one thing about Michael Jordan was he never asked me to do something that he didn't fucking do. I wanted to win, but I wanted them to win and be a part of that as well. Like, I don't have to do this. I'm only doing it because it is who I am. That's how I played the game. That was my mentality. If you don't want to play that way, don't play that way.
The GOAT right there. He's just like, that's how I play it. If you don't want nothing to do with that, don't worry about it. But if you're going to be on my team, you're going to fucking win. And the participation trophy bullshit, we're done with it. And it's bad. It's bad for kids to learn that mentality. It's bad for, and I don't mean like very, very young, but like once boys get to a certain age of competitiveness, like you need to teach them like, no, we got to fucking win, bro. We got to win. What is this? Is this a meme right here? Hang on. What is this?
Science and evidence should control, not politics. So let's just test that proposition. Can men get pregnant?
I take care of people with many identities, but
Can men get pregnant?
Many women that can get pregnant. I do take care of people that don't identify as women. That
Can men get pregnant?
Again, as I'm saying,
Science and evidence.
Okay, that is good. That is. Oh, that's fantastic. Yes, Thomas in the chat says Jordan beat NASCAR. So I won't go too far into it. But since we were on the subject of Michael Jordan has single-handedly forced NASCAR. He's made NASCAR great again. That's what he's done. He has made NASCAR great again. NASCAR has completely been cucked by Michael Jordan. He took them to court and he crushed them. And now they have fired one of their top executives that fucked it all up. They're bringing country music back into the fold. They've revamped their entire point structure, and they're begging old school fans to come back. And it's all because of Michael Jordan. It's unbelievable. But yeah, that was a good meme right there. That was a damn good meme. I respect the hell out of that. Wait, what? Okay, so a lot of people may not know about this, but NASCAR and Michael Jordan had a big lawsuit. This just happened like a month ago. Michael Jordan took the stand, testified against NASCAR. And he basically fucked them over. And they couldn't defeat Jordan. And they ended up settling after Jordan pressed him so hard on an anti-competitive measure. Through the lawsuit, discovery happened, and discovery exposed NASCAR and a lot of their lies and a lot of their private emails. And discovery really hurt NASCAR big time, like big fucking time. And once discovery hit and it got, publicity, NASCAR realized we need to end this shit right fucking now. And so they ended up, after all of that, they ended up settling, and they have, in just, like the past 3 or 4 days, a lot has happened. And I know a lot of you like probably don't even, know about this, but right here, this is on USA Today. NASCAR ends this settlement with Michael Jordan. What the fuck? NASCAR lawsuit ends with settlement with Michael Jordan's race team. This was on December 15th. So the NASCAR antitrust trial has ended without an official winner and without an official loser. Michael Jordan and the other plaintiffs settled with the sanctioning body of stock car racing, ending a fierce legal battle over whether NASCAR has used anti-competitive practices and harmed Jordan's racing team. The refusal to settle over the past year led to a showdown in federal court between NASCAR and the plaintiff, 2311 Racing, co-owned by Jordan and Denny Hamlin and Front Row Motorsports. The trial was in its 9th day. God, this site is overrun with bullshit. So anyway, discovery was really bad for NASCAR. And one of the key executives that got caught up in discovery got fired through this whole process. So yeah, it was pretty awesome. It was pretty awesome to see. Okay, let me get off this shitty website right now because it's just so bad. Okay, Jupiter Knight says, tag these protesters with water, lots of water. Logan says, Janet Reno is a handsome woman. Bearded, or it's a Storm Shadow says, FMK. I'm not doing FMKs. This is just going to get my fucking channel in trouble. Harley Dave says, participation trophy has been made. Oh, got that one. Phil says, the left has become Frankenstein. They are afraid of what they created, and they are letting their monster run wild out of fear. Slain Hope says, seahorse eggs hatch inside the males. Mic drop. Harley Dave says, quote, I spent so many years overseas, even Janet Reno is doable. No, said no one ever. Honestly, I bet that's a conversation for military people. They're like, bro, it's been so long, but Janet Reno still isn't even doable. So, Glitchman Omega says, but does NASCAR have a hot flag girls back? I don't think they've announced that one yet, but they should. Flag Ninja says, have CobraCast playing on my tablet and Mario Kart on my phone. Hail the 199. I am glad, and this is what I'm so proud of with Geeks and Gamers, that I can be live right now with 3,000 people watching, and we still have a ton of people watching Mario Kart. I'm so happy that G&G is, does its thing even without me involved. And, Ryan's not there. I don't know if Jay's there tonight. Jay's probably too big of a deal to show up, to be honest. But either way, a lot of the major players aren't there, but the team is still there. People are still watching. That's all that matters to me. So that's good stuff. Let me X out of that. X out of that. X out of that. Too many tabs open right now, so I can catch back up. Okay, what's the latest here?
Well, just about 3 or 4 minutes ago, those federal agents came and launched some tear gas, which they're doing again to get the crowd to disperse. Again, it's like I said, they come up, they fire tear gas, flashbangs, get the crowd to move back. The last time we had to go back about a block to get out of the way of some of this tear gas. Then we were able, they came up to the intersection and then moved back. The crowd came back. And then, as you can see, they've done this tear gas again. So I apologize. I've gotten some of that in my lungs here. But this happens every 5 to 10 minutes. The law enforcement or the border agents fire tear gas.
Maury, it's okay.
And then we move back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a real cough. That doesn't sound like a real cough at all. That sounds like he's overdoing it. Remember, like the Weather Channel? Remember that bullshit?
Stuff. That's not doing any you or anybody else any good.
Yeah, we might be able to go to Courtney here in a little bit too. Let us know when she's ready because it looks like she is. Okay, Courtney, can you tell us law enforcement line behind you? Who has now shown up to this scene?
Yeah, well, first of all, the scene out here is always very chaotic. We're actually broadcasting off our phone right now because it just was impossible to get one of our large cameras on the scene. So I'm not exactly sure where Maury is. I'm thinking he's on the other side of Lindale right now as they've set up a barrier to appear.
Here's the Weather Channel video right here.
Picking it up here in Wilmington, North Carolina, right at the Intracoastal, and we're in one of these vans. This is about as nasty as it's been. We had some vans like this last night, and then the Oddball this morning, we were not on TV, and we're still.
People just walking in the background.
Stand with us. You're part of our community. The State Patrol, at least on this side, has not engaged with us here. I have talked to protesters out here who say that they have tear gas in this region, that they witnessed the flashbangs, and that they backed up. It sounds like where Maury is, it might be a little more active, where they are having to disperse chemical irritants and use that to try and disperse the crowd. These protesters, I will say,
Harley Dave for $100 says, curious, did we ever get any answers about who was dropping off pallets of bricks during the Summer of Love, or are we just moving on from that? Was that funded by the same peeps who are still paying these unemployed ass canoe protesters? Honestly, it's not even, it was the Summer of Love, but if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, I feel like there were also pallets of bricks for the California protests that were conveniently, it was almost like the pallets of bricks were strategically placed like a video game, just places the perfect item that you need in the perfect place that you need it at the right time. It's like it just appears. Remember that? I remember that the same thing happened in the LA riots. It's just like, oh wow, look, there's a pallet of bricks here. Wow, how convenient is that? Absolutely fantastic. The Tesla attacks too. That's right. The Tesla attacks. They had strategic rocks and bricks out there for the Tesla attacks. That's right. Interesting, isn't it? Thank you, Harley freaking Dave, for a $100 MAGA red super chat. Don't let us forget. Don't let us forget it all about the craziness that these pieces of garbage keep doing.
Snow shovel and a broom handle. As the officers being ambushed and attacked by two individuals, the original subject got loose, began striking the officer with a shovel or a broomstick. Fearing for his life and safety as he was being ambushed by three individuals now, the officer fired a defensive shot to defend his life. The initial subject was shot in the leg or hit in the leg. All three subjects ran back into the apartment and barricaded themselves inside. The attacked officer and subject are both in the hospital. Both attackers are now in custody. That is DHS's version of.
Thanks for the commentary, I guess. Hail Harley Dave. Harley Dave, is this so? Harley, are you not drinking, and this is your outlet? You just watch Cobra Cast and Super Chat. Is that your outlet? Happy to help. Josie says, y'all think all this protesting is a coincidence? Globalist communists are funding this to give Trump a front at home while it takes them out abroad. Yeah, I mean, dude, listen, I think the way that Trump handles things is, I've said this before, that I don't. Oh wait, hang on. I'll
minute by minute on social media in the weeks that we've seen all of this play out across the state of Minnesota. So, but we do know state law enforcement is there. We have
Harley says, "Bro, you have no idea what I could do sober."
who has dealt with the tear gas and the burning of their eyes. They're using water to wash that out right now. As the crowd builds and gets closer to those federal officials.
Yeah, but like I said, so there's a lot of MAGA people that think that Trump is operating with 4D chess and all of that. And I don't necessarily think that that's true. I've said that consistently, that I don't think that's true. But I do think that Trump is very methodical in how he handles certain things, and he's strategic in how he handles certain things, and he doesn't show his hand on things that he knows don't need attention. He likes to fly under the radar. It's like the Venezuela thing is a perfect example of that. So, that's something people need to realize about that. And then the left just thinks that Trump is this unhinged dictator because that's how they have always thought about him. Deathu says, Harley Dave, Trump team already addressed their flowing money of the NGOs. You don't know about it because Jeremy doesn't cover important topics. Deathu hates me. Thank you, Deathu. I appreciate it. Gearmaster says, breaking 911, Tim Wall's live stream address went well. The video has since been deleted from YouTube. Is it deleted from YouTube? Holy shit. There's no way. Hang on. So, because I want to know what the ratio would have been. I'd like to see the ratio on that. Let's see if I can find that. Tim Wall. Or let me just go to my history. I wonder if it might have just been unlisted. It's gone. So it is gone. Yep, it is gone. That's great. Let's see. Red Mage says on the brick pallets, maybe a construction company should take them for themselves next time, since they're conveniently placed to troll whoever is dropping them in those strategic spots. Thanks for the free materials. That's the way right there. I mean, and you make, and you're saving on materials, helping the bottom line. That's the way it should go. Absolutely. Harley Dave says, it's ma'am. That was a little bit earlier. Thank you, Red Mage. I hate Minnesota. It's a dump. Says barely. I've never been to Minnesota. I've always wanted to go to the Mall of America just because it's just a kind of an iconic place, but I've never been.
So these are narrow roads. They are letting some traffic around the area, but we have seen more. We've seen more first responder vehicles coming in.
Yeah, and presumably some of that would be based on the number of chemical irritants that have been deployed and other things that have been rocketed through the crowd and at law enforcement officers. There may have been some injuries there tonight as a result of this crowd gathering and the back and forth between law enforcement and protesters. These are all scenes from various angles around that area of 6th Street, North 6th Street and 24th Avenue North in North Minneapolis in the Hawthorne neighborhood. We've tried to give people as many views as we can come up with to get a sense for how big the scene is, how many people are there, how many law enforcement personnel are there. And
I've heard Alberta is basically the Canada or the Texas of Canada. That's what I've heard. So if that's the case, and Bret Hart's from there. So I absolutely Yeah, I'll take Bret Hart and Alberta over Minnesota.
Courtney or Maury are available again to talk, and we'll go back out to them on the scene. But again, you just, by watching these pictures, you can get a sense of what it's been like out there. We don't really have a good feel for whether or not they feel like they have crowd control at this point. But ICE officials are staying on this scene.
Yeah, and what has happened in the past is certainly what happened a week ago with the shooting death of Renee Good. That scene did not get under control until ICE agents left the scene. Once an investigation begins, ICE agents, generally speaking, can and do often leave the scene. Maury Glover has been on the scene since it unfolded. He joins us now live with more on. First of all, Maury, how you doing? You were coughing up a lung last time we talked to you.
I can relate, brother. I can relate. I start my streams out like that quite often, actually. So,
shot from Skyfox 9 of the emergency vehicles that are now on scene. And
Maury, are you there this time?
Okay.
All right.
And we know this involves a car that crashed. They say the subject they were initially trying to detain fled on foot. Officer caught up with the subject,
Gifted
attempted
memberships.
to take him into custody. Subject, they say, began to resist. And then once there was a scuffle, the officer said 2 other people came out and attacked him as well. He fired a shot to defend himself, and all 3 went into an apartment and barricaded themselves inside. So we know there are multiple pieces of the scene. We're not sure how far away the crashed car, fled on foot versus apartment that was barricaded are from each other.
All right, let's try this one more time. Maury Glover on the scene there. All right, we are having so much trouble with Maury.
Harley Dave, 20 gifted memberships, baby.
I'm not really worried, but he's fine. But the last time we talked to him, last time our viewers heard from him, he was.
Dark Red Knight says, please tell me stages are gone to NASCAR. I think stages are gone. If you watch Kenny Wallace's YouTube channel, he's been doing a good job of breaking a lot of it down, but I think stages are gone. I think. I have not watched NASCAR in a long time. So Tony Stewart is returning at Daytona for the Truck Series. Tony Stewart's going to be racing in the Truck Series at Daytona, which I will be watching because Tony Stewart's my favorite driver. So I'm happy that Tony will be making a return to the Truck Series.
The scene which we are dealing with, you can see the flashing lights in the center of that square. It's a city block, and then pretty much everything around the perimeters looks like it has law enforcement or other personnel, emergency personnel, in those streets there in that Hawthorne neighborhood.
And they said the person they were originally trying to detain who was shot is in the hospital. The officer who was trying to detain the subject also in the hospital. 2 other people who they say came out of an apartment and started to attack officers are also in custody as well. So we're trying to get some information about conditions on people. The initial subject who was shot was hit in the leg.
Wait, okay. I've got to see this. All right. I got to see this clip. Autism Capital posted a picture, posted Lookner, okay? Poor agenda-free TV guy wants everyone to know it wasn't him messing up the Tim Walz feed. He was being blasted from his chat, and he needed the world to autistically know that it wasn't his mistake.
Prosecutors, including the long-time.
Guys, it's a problem with the source feed. It's not me. It's the source feed. Watch. I'll turn it on again.
Career prosecutor.
It's the source feed. It's not me. It's the source feed. It's the original feed. It's the original feed. I'm sorry.
Assault of the United States Constitution, including. But as bad as it's been, Donald Trump intends for it to get worse. This week, he went online to promise that, quote, the day of retribution and reckoning is coming. That's a direct threat against the people of this state. Donald Trump.
You remember when it was me and I'm like, oh, I don't know. Is it me? I don't know. It usually is me.
Dared to vote against him 3 times this week, and who continued to stand up for freedom, quote, with courage and empathy and profound grace. That's all across Minnesota. People are stepping up to help their neighbors who are being unjustly and unlawfully targeted. For freedom.
I'm so sorry. It's not me. It's literally the feed. It's the feed itself. Because when I stop the feed, it stops. See, I stop the video and everything stops. And as soon as I press play on the video, this is his site.
Agenda Free TV copyright strikes. Anybody making fun of him? Bring it on, Lookner. Bring it on. I'm a Trump supporter, Lookner. You're gonna go fucking foam at the mouth over that shit because I know you foam at the mouth over your TDS. So yeah, I'm making fun of you. I'm actually not making fun of him, but I will now. But yeah, I actually watch Agenda Free TV when I'm not live. I think Lookner does a good job of covering the news. But his TDS is a huge distraction. Like it's a huge problem, especially when your name is Agenda Free TV. Your name is Agenda Free TV, and you clearly have a fucking agenda. It's crazy. I'm Agenda Free TV, but fuck Trump. It's like, good Lord, dude. It's really annoying. Alex of the Mountains with a gift of membership. Thank you. Dark Red Knight says Daytona 500 watch party. I don't know. It's the source feed. I don't know. I definitely want to do watch parties on locals. I don't know what the copyright restrictions are on a lot of this stuff. So it's something I got to look into. So because some of that copyright restriction is still relevant there too. So maybe, but we'll see. But Jeremy Lookner says he's Agenda Free TV, not bias free TV. I heard that. That's true. Harley, thank you so much. All right, where are we at here? Good old Lookner. All right, we're back to this feed. Let's see what's going on.
On top of everything, the sidewalks are very slick out there too as you're trying to make your way down the street quickly. We'll check in with them when it is safe to do so. All right, we do have some information about 10:15. Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hara are going to address the public, and so we're just getting that information about the media briefing here.
Yeah, the Mayor Fry, again, then this is coming from a release that the city just put out. Mayor Fry is again demanding that ICE leave the city and state immediately. These are his words. We stand by our immigrant and refugee communities.
God.
Know that you have our full support. Again, that's at 10:15. The mayor and Chief Brian O'Hara are going to come to the podium and speak about what happened here tonight, and certainly we will take that live.
And then we may get some more information at that time, or at least have the opportunity to ask what is protocol at the scene, who's in charge of the scene, how are local and state officials assisting, or what is their role at the scene right now, and then what do we know about injuries and what unfolded here and what will be happening with this scene in the hours to come, because we're seeing more emergency vehicles show up now. And so at 10:15, again, we're going to hear from Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hara from Minneapolis Police. All right, Maury is ready to talk with us. And so, Maury, we just saw Courtney move back because of more tear gas. And tell us what you're seeing at your location.
Well, conversely,
oh, you got the audio fixed. Okay, good job. Good job. Dude, I'm convinced that this Polymarket account is just trolling. There's no way this is real. Iran has asked the U.S. military to not enter its airspace unless given permission. This has got to be a troll. Like Polymarket says some things sometimes that I'm like, that can't be for real. Like that can't be for real. Like there's no way. There's no way. Let's see here. What is this right here? Hey, oh my gosh. Verbal Riot just posted something on Twitter that I don't think I can show because it's basically I'll have to pause it. Verbal Riot. You might want to go watch this entire this entire 15 seconds from Verbal Riot. It's good. It's very good. It's very, very good video. But I don't think I can show the first 3 to 4 seconds of it. So yeah. It's a good video though. Very good video. I respect it a lot. So I've completely lost track after seeing the opening few minutes of that. So let me try to regain focus here. Okay, here we go. All right.
Of tear gas down at the end of the block, and people are starting to kind of come back this way.
I played it earlier, but it's a slow motion and it's a little more of a close up, and I'm not going to take any chances
To try and get away from it. So still kind of very fluid. We're going to move back a little bit so we don't get caught in that again. But you can see people coughing, kind of covering their eyes as they're coming back from that big cloud of chemical irritant. So
Maury, is it an
we're
ebb
going to
and flow?
toss things
They
back
just keep
to
going
you.
back and forth? Is it an ebb and flow of this crowd? They keep going back and forth?
That's what's been happening. And for the most part, the crowd had recently just kind of dispersed. There were some people around on the edges, but it seemed like a lot of the energy had kind of gone. But as they went down the block to try and get closer to the scene of where this all unfolded, but as you can see, just within the last few minutes, agents still deploying tear gas and still trying to get the crowd to come back. So hard to say exactly, that this is going down. It's still happening and still pretty fluid.
And again, Maury, I want to keep you informed out there as well. We do know that at 10:15, Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hara are going to respond to the shooting. They have a briefing scheduled that we will take live as well. So know that if you're talking to people.
Oh, that's going to be interesting to hear what those clowns have to say.
15.
And on a 14-degree night, too, it'll be interesting to see how long people want to stand out there. We want to go back to our Courtney Godfrey, who we just saw being moved away from site because of more tear gas. We do have a little bit of a delay in our connection with her, so we're just going to hold on these shots and wait for her to connect, and then we'll see how she's doing.
Now, it's really interesting because I'm listening to Maury say that it got really calm. And I think when it was really calm where he is, it was getting pretty chaotic where we were. Tensions were getting pretty high where we were on our end of Lindale. So I don't know if they're trying to ping pong the protesters or what, but what he was saying, it was suddenly calm over there where it was when it was tensions were really high on our end. And again, I'm not exactly sure where Maury's located, but we are not in the same location. I've not run into Maury tonight, so I think we're on opposite ends of this stretch of street that is blocked off right now. If you were
So we'll see. I'm interested in this press conference. Blair Anderson says going to MIS for the first time ever to watch because of you're going to Michigan International Speedway. Is that what you mean? Because of Cletus. I'm just bummed I won't get to see the Biff there too. Is that MIS? Is that what that is? Cletus. Apparently NASCAR is going to embrace Cletus, which they should have already. Jeremy, why the F are so many Africans living near the Arctic fucking circle? Local Fox in Minnesota is super lefty, by the way. Cletus McFarland. Yes, that's who he's talking about. He's talking about Cletus McFarland. Let's see here. Mayor Jacob Fry will tell WWE to get the F out. I understood that reference, by the way. NASCAR redemption arc. We'll see. NASCAR's got a long way to go. He's got a long way to go. So I don't know if we're there yet, but I am interested to see what they're going to do. They're saying a lot of the right things, but Bubba Wallace is still in NASCAR, so fuck Bubba Wallace. Most local Fox affiliate stations are wokey. Yep. That is true. Kevin Cron says, this is for giving up Mario Kart to give us a long Cobra cast. Thank you. I really wanted to play Mario Kart tonight, but, didn't happen. NASCAR stream before the wrestling stream. You know how it goes. Let's see. What? Tucker Carlson says Russia is actively considering using nuclear weapons against Europe. What?
Russia, and prepare yourselves because this is the global headline. Russia is actively considering the use of nuclear weapons against Europe, not against Kiev, against Europe, specifically the UK and Germany, just taking out the UK and Germany with nuclear weapons. That's a fact.
Tucker's been losing me for a while. I've always liked Tucker, but let me be clear. I didn't watch Tucker when he was on Fox News because I didn't watch Fox News. But I always respected Tucker because he was the number one guy there, and he was kind of like outside of the norm. But when he got fired, obviously I was I liked watching a lot of his independent stuff. But Tucker's been out there for a while now.
Now we're going to explain why we know that that's true in a moment. And at the end of this open, we're going to play an interview we did a few hours ago with a man called Sergei Karnagov, who is a longtime political advisor to Vladimir Putin and one of the most famous public intellectuals in Russia, been around for about 35 years, advised Boris Yeltsin, 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago. And in that interview, he says point blank, yes, if the Ukraine war continues at this tempo for a year or two more, we, speaking apparently on behalf of the Russian government, on behalf of his friend Putin, or at least someone who's very familiar with President Putin's thinking, we, Russia, will eliminate the UK and Germany with nuclear weapons. Now, that's a headline.
All right, Tucker. Well, we appreciate it, but we got more stuff to worry about here. So
I'm not exactly sure what's happening here, but you're witnessing it live right along with us. But it generally is a pushback by law enforcement and then a return to the scene. You can see those people are walking.
Tucker sounds like a time
not
traveler.
away from it. And that's what the law enforcement officers are trying to prevent.
So they've had a line of law enforcement, ICE officials at the perimeter line. So we'll try to get more information about what they may be running to. But again, back to that initial scene, the ICE officer felt like, again, he was trying to detain this.
Look at this shit that people are like. I know Facebook is still I think it's still the single biggest social media platform. I think it's Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube are like the three biggest. I'm sorry, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. I don't use Facebook. All right, but the shit going on Facebook right now. Apparently, this is what Facebook's up to. Good God, how cringy is this shit? Oh no, this is done by a lefty. This is a lefty. This is leftist propaganda right here. That's all that fucking is. There ain't no conservative doing that bullshit. That is a leftist doing that shit. That is 100% leftist. Harley Dave for 20 says, hey, Germany, I'm sorry. Would you like to buy oil from Greenland? 20% discount. Just to enter code 199. Damn right. 199. That's the code. Hey, as a matter of fact, you want to see something cool? You made me think about this, Harley. Yesterday during Tuesday night's main event, let's see. Wendy here made this graphic right there. Look at that. That's pretty fucking cool, isn't it? I like that. And then she made a follow-up that I really liked. That is cool as shit. All right. That is awesome. So well done. Very nice. And I was like, man, we need to get her maybe to do some more design because that's really good. So I'm digging it. I like it a lot. That's badass. So good work from her. All right, let's see.
These are narrow roads too. All of this playing out in neighborhoods, on neighborhood streets where people live.
By the way, this press briefing at 10:15 is going to happen far from this scene. As I'm looking at this release, it says City Hall Media Room, 3rd floor, is where the briefing will take place. So Mayor Fry and the police chief apparently will not be on scene.
That's true, Harley.
There.
I might.
And
You
again,
might.
It's probably been a while since
be amazed by
kind
the
of gave
entries.
a more specific location, but the original scene said to be in the 600 block of 24th Avenue North near 6th Street North in the Hawthorne neighborhood. And you can see from that aerial shot just how many flashing lights there are and the law enforcement presence that continues to exist now 3 hours after this all played out.
Want to let our viewers know as we come up, it's 10:03 right now, we are going to lose our aerial view. It will go away. The chopper needs to refuel. So that obviously is very important. So we will lose that aerial scene. That's unfortunate because it is a really good image of sort of how big that is. We do still have cameras on the ground. 2 of our reporters are backing off from what's going on right now, and we're gonna let this one breathe.
Yeah, it looks like they took somebody into custody.
Yeah.
And that could be perhaps part of what
Can
we
we
saw
bring up the audio? Yeah.
earlier with
I'm going to show you the real MVP. This is the real MVP right here. Okay. Watch this.
So this is an apartment complex right here?
Yeah.
And have you ever seen Crescent Transportation out here?
Nope.
And what do you think about the fraud taking place here in Minnesota?
Huh? I'm a taxpayer. I don't like it.
What's your message to all the fraudsters?
Huh? Prosecute their ass. Take them to jail.
And how do you feel knowing that, for instance, right here, a transportation company that receives money from the government is not even here? It's an apartment complex.
I just said, I don't like it. I'm a taxpayer. I work hard for my money. People out here fraud, they should go to jail.
And should Tim Walz go to jail?
Oh, he cricket too, huh? All them cricket, all the politicians. My daddy ain't never liked none of them.
Listen to this shit.
Ever seen Crescent Transportation out here?
Nope.
And what do you think about the fraud taking place here in Minnesota?
Huh?
That is so good.
Transportation out here?
Nope.
And what do you think about the fraud taking place here in Minnesota?
Huh?
MVP right there.
I'm a taxpayer. I don't like it.
What's your message to all the fraudsters?
Huh? Prosecute their ass. Take them to jail.
And how do you feel knowing that, for instance, right here, a transportation company that receives money from the government is not even here? It's an apartment complex.
I just said, I don't like it. I'm a taxpayer. I work hard for my money. People out here fraud, they should go to jail.
And should Tim Walz go to jail?
Oh, he cricket too, huh? All them cricket, all the politicians. My daddy ain't never liked none of them.
Oh, shit.
came down because she was going to try to help get accurate information to people who were out there wondering what was going on.
Well, sidebars to all this, we've seen people, it is glare ice out there. That packed down snow has now become ice in many of those side streets and alleys. And we've seen people go down. Our own photojournalist went down as well. But you can see how tenuous the footsteps are out there for some of the people that are there now.
So we're about 9 minutes away from this news conference with Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara and Mayor Jacob Fry. That's going to be at 10:15. We will take that live, and we anticipate that they will allow questions from our reporters, and we hope to get some more information about what's going to happen beyond 10:15 tonight, too. How will they handle this scene? If there's any coordination at all.
Okay, they've re-uploaded the Tim Walz. They've re-uploaded the Tim Walz clip now with the corrected audio. Credit to them because they didn't have to re-upload it, so I do give them credit. But here's the fixed audio from Tim Walz. Massive shout out. I don't agree with Tim Walz. I don't like Tim Walz, but the fact that they were re-uploaded this so that we get the corrected audio, I really appreciate.
Hey guys, it's Tampon Tim. I really don't know what to say. We're pretty much fucked. They caught us. I guess I should have picked Mexicans to do all the Democrat money laundering shit. Somalis are too retarded, probably because of all the inbreeding, like Ilhan Omar and her brother. Anyway, if you're a Somali retard, please self-deport. ICE agents are not fucking around. They just drove by my house and said, Tim Waltz is a retard. Even my retard son was laughing. Hey.
To stay restrained as much as they can, not to give the presidential administration any more reason to send more federal agents to the Twin Cities. And then he said this. He said, quote, carry your phone with you at all time. If you see something happen, hit record. And then he went on to elaborate and say that this will help us establish a record for future prosecution. So those were some of his main messages that he was trying to get out there tonight. He opened up his speech by saying, look, we've got 2,000 to 3,000 armed agents that have been deployed in Minnesota. His words, 2,000 to 3,000. And he said, this is a campaign of organized brutality against the people of Minnesota. Again, another quote. So you could tell that there was a lot of anger in his temperament as he was speaking to the people of Minnesota tonight.
That's funny,
but
John Wayne.
Still urging them to be calm, exercise
going
your
to jail
First
too?
Amendment right, but don't provoke the federal agents because it will only lead to more violence and more agents coming into Minnesota. Randy?
All right, Tim, thank you. That is helpful, especially considering that the police chief and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry will be taking to the mic, we're told, in approximately 6 minutes from now at 10:15 from City Hall. They are going to address what...
Oh, I can't wait to hear what these clowns have to say. I can't wait to hear this bullshit from these idiots. I can't wait.
This is, once they get enough information, they generally will tamp it down, will disperse. You can see they're still putting up a police tape, a police line there as well. I'm trying to hold that line on that in that area of North 6th Street.
And it's been an uneasy time for people in the community, for law enforcement. This is just 1 week after the death of Renee Good at 30.
So we're about 5 minutes away from that, and we do have this updated clip from President Trump. This is a very important message from President Trump, so we should all listen. So here is the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump.
How much money are you thinking of giving people in Greenland to get them on board with a possible U.S.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not. Because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay?
Don't you think so, CNN? Don't you think so? Wouldn't you say that they probably do at this point? After going through it for years with me, being hit, Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the Iran nuclear threat wiped out, don't you think, and then you just had Venezuela, don't you think, she says, CNN, do you think they take your threat seriously? Wouldn't you say they do after all of the things they've done? What a stupid question.
The United States seized 1.9 million barrels of oil on December 10th.
We're going to keep it.
Where's it? Are we going to sell it or put it in the strategic
Maybe
oil
we'll sell
reserve?
it. Maybe we'll keep it. Maybe we'll use it in the strategic reserves. We're keeping it. We're keeping the ships also. Yeah, please.
Sir, have you spoken to American oil companies that have had their assets seized about what a post-Maduro
Yes.
Venezuela would mean for them, of what coming
I have.
back and restarting
All
operations?
the big ones, yeah. I have.
Dude, I could watch hours of Trump. I could watch hours of Trump like that. Listen. Just listen. Yeah, we talked to him, all the big ones.
So, yeah, please.
Sir, have you spoken to American oil companies that have had their assets seized about what a post-Maduro
Yes.
Venezuela would mean for them, of what coming
I have.
back and restarting
All
operations?
the big ones, yeah. I have.
Fucking hell, dude. It's so good. It's so good. Harley Dave for 20 says, imagine a world so incredibly out of touch that you have to be told maybe, just maybe, don't screw with federal law enforcement. 100%, dude. It's crazy how fucked we are. Harley Dave says, Greenland meetup tax. Okay. If we get Greenland, let's crowdfund a meetup for Greenland, baby. Let's crowdfund a fucking meetup for Greenland. Let's fucking go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's celebrate by doing a meetup. God, Trump with this fucking mask on is the funniest shit ever. I could watch that all day long. All right, Harley, you've started something with the Greenland meetup tax. So looks like we're going to have to do it. Oh my God, that's funny. I need to know who did that edit. I don't know who did it, but I mean, the account is, this is the account right here that posted it. So East End Joe, that is fucking gold.
Where this played out, including an apartment. There was the foot chase on the street, and then nope, that's not. I mean, well, we're not sure why our crews are showing us this specifically right now, but we know that they're just stopped for a moment, but it started with a traffic stop, and then that person hit a parked car, and then according to DHS, fled on foot. Then the officer gave chase.
It feels like things are calming down. I mean, it's really hard for me to tell. There's a wider shot there. We haven't seen any of
Let's
the
do it.
chemical irritants
I am
deployed
100%
in the last
ready.
few minutes. The crowd seems to be fairly stationary. Those that have gathered are at
Who did the walls one?
The police line that was set up. That is the area that they ebb and flow from, but it does seem like things have calmed down.
I can't remember now.
Somewhat in the last half hour. You can see the federal agent there talking to the crowd, presumably telling them to stay back. It looks like he's motioning with his hand. They are right there in front of them, as you can see.
If we can't just listen in for just a moment.
I am so happy the internet exists. I know this is a change of subject, but it's only a quick thing that I have to show you because it's just so good. Special Things t-shirt. Special Things. Look, and we're listen. I've got friends that have the downs. Okay, I got friends. I saw Gary. What did Gary fucking say? The upside downs.
For those viewers who may just be joining us at 10:17, a couple things happening here. One, you are seeing live the situation in the Hawthorne neighborhood of North Minneapolis after an ICE agent discharged his weapon, shooting what is described as a illegal immigrant from Venezuela who they were trying to apprehend. For what reason, we don't know yet. but that person was shot in the leg. There was an assault on the officer by 3 individuals, including the immigrant, allegedly, and this eruption of observers, protesters, other members of the crowd began shortly after. It's been going on now for a solid 3 hours. We have our eyes also on City Hall, where the mayor and the police chief are expected to address. You can see it there up in your upper left. That's at City Hall, where the mayor and the police chief are expected to hold a briefing in a matter of minutes as well. And we are keeping our Fox 9 eyes on all of this stuff for you tonight, as we are seeing it and witnessing it live as well.
Yeah. So that's anticipated to begin at any moment now.
Yes, we're on standby for that. I just saw this clip. I think the audio is too low. But I didn't hear this. President Trump, I can't rely on Denmark being able to fend off. They put an extra dog sled. They're serious. They added a second dog sled in Greenland. That's not going to do the trick. The audio's low, but we'll listen to it.
Can't rely on Denmark being able to fend themselves off. You know, they were talking about they put an extra dog, and they were serious about this. They put an extra dog sled there last month. They added a second dog sled. That's not going to do the trick.
Denmark fought alongside the United States in both Afghanistan.
Thank you for telling me that. I appreciate it.
But
I have a very good relationship with Denmark.
Yeah, the volume's super low. But what a quote. What a quote. Extra dog sled.
What finished means, we don't know. We talked about that today in the newsroom. We don't really know what the number is that they intend to hit for either
What is this
deportations
idiot in the
or
top?
detainees or.
What is it idiot in the top right corner doing? What is this fool doing? Uh-oh, here we go. Hang on.
What about the fact that this is not going away, that they will be here until they are finished?
So again, this is the Hawthorne neighborhood around North 24th Avenue and North 6th Street tonight. A good number of ICE agents still on scene at that perimeter line around the scene where all of this took place earlier this evening. We have State Patrol out there as well, and a lot of local law enforcement vehicles. We'll find out, hopefully from the police chief in a few moments, just what the role of every agency will be and what will happen in terms of an investigation, since there was, this is an officer-involved shooting tonight, and condition update potentially as well, and whether or not in this investigation BCA would be part of that or not, and what will happen to this particular scene in this Minneapolis neighborhood in the hours to come tonight too.
And when we talk about condition updates, we do have a condition update.
Let's see here. Piano Dean says our bodies are 70% water, but our bodies of water are 100% water. Never forget that, Jeremy. I appreciate that. Thank you for the information, Piano Dean, as always. Samurai says, why can't feds sus water in 17-degree weather on them? You mean use? I think you meant use. But you put sus, but I think you meant use. Heartbreak Zero says extra dog sled tax. Oh man. So we are currently waiting. Apparently, we're going to get a press conference from Mayor Gay Jacob Fry. And if you need to be reminded, of who Jacob Fry is, not that you don't know, but if you need to be reminded, we have this wonderful video right here of Jacob Fry crying at the golden casket of George St. Floyd.
My life is in your hands. You don't have to worry.
I can't believe this is real.
Joy comes in the morning.
This is so pathetic, dude. Now, you may think, man, that's a pretty cucked out thing to do, man. That's pretty pathetic. And you may think to yourself, hey, Jacob, it doesn't matter how much you virtue signal. They're never going to be your friend. You would be correct about that, because the same Jacob Fry that panders to the leftists, he got shamed. They basically made him do the walk of shame during the BLM anti-police riots and all of that. And here it is right here.
No, there needs to be deep-seated structural reform in terms of how the department operates.
This is him. He's right there speaking to the Black Lives Matter terrorist. All right. What's up, Dermy Wormy? Thank you for the raid, brother. He's speaking to the Black Lives Matter terrorist right there.
Systemic, the racist system needs to be revamped. The police union needs to be put in its place. We need to make sure that everything from the union contract to the way that the arbitration functions to the way that the officers and the culture of the department.
So this continues on. And then they change. Now they're telling him to get the F out right now. It's truly one of the most pathetic, cucked individuals you will ever see. Unbelievable, but not surprising.
And the crowd is trying to get as close as they can to those crime scene tapes or police tapes. And that's been the back and forth now for going on 3 hours.
And there will be some questions about the investigation itself. Last week, there was an initial announcement that the FBI and BCA would be working together on an investigation into the death of Renee Good. But then the next day, we were told that the FBI would be working on this solely without the BCA. Our state officials have said they want the BCA involved for transparency. And so this is a question that we'll ask tonight, too. Who's handling the investigation? How will we get information about what happened? And, to your point about rumors, it takes time to get information. It just does. But in the day and age of social media, all that time that we're all waiting to get accurate information, a lot of rumors can circulate quickly, spread.
I saw this meme just now of Jordan B. Peterson. And it says, when HR calls me and asks me if I've been doing the Chinese accent again. While it applies for that meme, but it also applies to that thing that we heard earlier where Josh Hawley was asking that lady if men can get pregnant. And this sounds like her answer right here.
The question, did that happen, begs the question, what do you mean by happen? Because when you are dealing with fundamental realities and you pose a question, you have to understand that the reality of the concepts of your question, when you're digging that deep, are just as questionable as what you're questioning.
I believe a matter of minutes. It was set for 10:15, but as is often the case with these, it happens when it happens.
Right. They may still be getting a number of people together, and we know that the mayor and the police chief will be speaking, but we don't know if there will be other local officials, state officials that will join in on this news conference as well.
Litton says, I'm here for the dog sleds. Let's see. Incoherent Name says, acquiring Greenland would make America the second largest country in the world, knocking Canada down a peg. That's enough reason to get it. And we will have Canada surrounded. And I think Trump will be using that to his leverage. Ministry of Wrong Things says, notice Fry said he can't support full abolishment of police, and that's why they were mad. It's not about defunding. They literally want no police. Yes, I know it. And he couldn't say it, and they shamed him out of there.
Just listen in here for a second. Profanity, but
yes, profanity. We don't give a fuck.
Times like these, and we try the best we can to wash that out, but it's almost impossible these days.
All right, we're watching live coverage from our partners at Fox 9 in Minneapolis. We want to take you to City Hall, where city officials are giving an update on another ICE-involved shooting there in Minneapolis. Let's listen live.
On the limited amount that we know thus far, and then I will provide some comments thereafter. Chief.
My name is Brian O'Hara, BRIANO''HARA. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. At 6:51 p.m., Minneapolis police received a 911 call reporting a shooting on the 600 block of 24 Avenue North. Preliminary information indicates that there was a struggle with a federal agent in front of the resident. During the struggle, the federal agent discharged his weapon, striking one adult male. The adult male then retreated inside of the residence, where he remained inside and refused to come out. Eventually, federal agents made entry into the residence, and the individual was brought to an ambulance where he has been transported to the hospital. Minneapolis police have secured the crime scene around the location, and the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, as well as the FBI, are on the scene processing the evidence. There's a crowd gathered in the area, and we have called for mutual aid from the Minnesota State Patrol and Hennepin County Sheriff. The crowd is engaging in unlawful acts. They have thrown fireworks at police officers, and at multiple times, gas has been deployed. Police are attempting to disperse this unlawful assembly at this time. I urge anyone that is at the scene to leave immediately. This is already a very tense situation, and we do not need this to escalate any further. I have faith that the investigators who are involved will follow every lead in this case and ensure it is completed to its logical conclusion.
Shut up, Jay.
There's
Jacob
still a
Fry.
lot that we don't
Yeah,
know
you're-
at this time.
I
but what
really
can
want
tell
to
you
say
for
words.
certain
I want to call him words.
is that this is not sustainable. This is an impossible situation that our city is presently being put in. And at the same time, we are trying to find a way forward.
Fuck off.
To keep people safe, to protect our neighbors, to maintain order. And we're in a position right now where we have residents that are asking the very limited number of police officers that we have to fight ICE agents on the street, to stand by their neighbors. We cannot be at a place right now in America where we have two governmental entities that are literally fighting one another. Why are we put in this position? We're put in this position because we have approximately 600 police officers in Minneapolis, far fewer that are able to work at any given time. And there are approximately 3,000 ICE agents in the area. 3,000. The 600 police officers that we have are charged on any given day
God, I hate
with
this.
investigating
I hate this
crime,
dude so much.
stopping homicides from taking place, preventing carjackings. That's the work of a police officer in a city. Meanwhile, we have ICE agents throughout our city and throughout our state who, along with Border Control, are creating chaos. This is not the path that we should be on right now in America. Thankfully, there's another path. And I want to talk to everybody who's out there, even people who aren't living in Minneapolis right now. Maybe you just put your kids to bed. Maybe you're cleaning up the dishes. I'm sure you love your family. There's no doubt in my mind that you love your town. Imagine if that city or that town was suddenly invaded by
illegals,
thousands of federal agents that do not share the values that you hold dear. Imagine if your daily routines were disrupted. The local cafe that you eat at was shut down because they're scared that their own family might get torn apart. Imagine if schools shut down and suddenly parents got to figure out what to do for daycare. This is not creating safety. It's certainly not creating safety when a huge percentage of the shootings that have taken place so far this year in Minneapolis have been by ICE. So let's be very clear. I've seen conduct from ICE that is disgusting and is intolerable. If it were your city, it would be unacceptable there too. And for anyone that is taking the bait tonight, stop. That is not helpful. Go home. We cannot counter Donald Trump's chaos with our own brand of chaos. And I have seen thousands of people throughout our city peacefully protesting. For those that have peacefully protested, I applaud you. For those that are taking the bait, you are not helping, and you are not helping the undocumented immigrants in our city.
1,000%.
You are not helping the people that call this place home.
Yes. Harley Dave.
ICE can leave, and this massive deployment can come to an end. We have filed litigation to hopefully make it so. And at the same time, I'm deeply concerned that we don't have that kind of time. This is already the second shooting that we've had in a week. People are scared. The atmosphere is tense. But again, there is another option. We can stop going down this route together. We'll open it to any questions.
Piece of shit. Whatever word you think I want to say, it's 10 times worse.
Initially, that there was more than one person shot. That is not true. There is one person that's been shot. It is a non-life-threatening injury, and they have been transported to the hospital. The remainder of the residents has been cleared. We did have one call of, I believe, a woman having an anxiety attack in the basement of the same residence, the same building. But to my understanding, no one else has been transported to the hospital.
No children involved in this?
To my understanding, no.
DHS has said that 2 other people came out of an apartment and started attacking the officer with shovels, and that the original person that they were looking for also did that. What has your investigation told you so far?
So the question was that people had come out of the residence and attacked federal law enforcement with shovels. The understanding that we have at this time is that this incident began on 94. The individual drove towards the residence, had some sort of accident outside the residence, ran towards the house, and got into a struggle with federal law enforcement. I believe there's a broom and like a snow shovel that's on the scene. And yes, I have heard information that that some individual, at least one person, may have assaulted federal law enforcement. Yes. I am not aware if that's the same person who was shot or if that's someone else.
Will MPD be doing its own investigation of what
The question was, will MPD be doing an investigation of what happened? I requested the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Investigation, Criminal Apprehension to respond, and they are on scene.
And you were saying that there was unlawful protesting. Can you be a little bit more specific?
The question was about unlawful protesting. It has absolutely become an unlawful assembly. There are individuals throwing fireworks at police officers, individuals throwing ice, rocks, other projectiles at police officers. It is well past the line, and people need to leave.
What kind of communication, if any, of you had with federal law enforcement tonight?
The question was communication with federal law enforcement tonight. That communication was all on the scene. It was primarily related to trying to ensure that we were getting medical aid because we had a report of a shooting, and then also to try and ensure that we could maintain the integrity of the crime scene so that there could be an investigation into what occurred.
Do you know what the condition of the person shot is? And we're also told that agent was injured and taken to the hospital. Do you have any updates on either condition?
I have no updates on either condition. It's my understanding that this is a non-life-threatening gunshot wound.
If you talk about anything you know about that initial stop that started on 94, that initial chase, if you will, and anything you know about the person that they were following.
So I know nothing about the person that they were following. And then the rest of the question was about the initial chase. It's my understanding that we have some other 911 call indicating that someone from the house was calling saying that the person in the car was running from ICE. I was driving towards the residence.
Now that's good.
That's my understanding.
That's good.
Could Mayor Fry respond to criticism that local officials are contributing to rising?
It is a nice jacket, Harley. On the police chief. This fucking
What rhetoric? So the question was, can I respond to rhetoric? What rhetoric?
Says that there's rhetoric from local officials that they say has just kind of taken up the temperature of everything.
yeah, Tim Walz and you piece of shit.
So the question was, there has been the accusation that local officials have perhaps taken up the temperature in Minneapolis. First, I'll say, show me a single place where I have encouraged anything other than peace.
Oh, fuck you.
Show me a single place where we have encouraged violence. I have said from the get-go to people in Minneapolis, do not take the bait.
I want to say a lot of offensive words about this
I have
piece of
encouraged
shit.
peaceful protest, and I'll say it again, I am inspired by the tens of thousands of people who have in fact peacefully protested and fairly documented with transparency what is taking place. That is allowed in any city in the country. And I have made it clear that to the extent people are going beyond that, and those protests are not peaceful, and the violence that the chief mentioned, it's got to stop, and you got to go home.
Two more questions.
If this situation is not sustainable, as you said a few minutes ago, where do you go from here? What options do you as mayor have from this point forward?
Yeah. So just yesterday or the day before, I'm losing track of the days here, Minneapolis, along with St. Paul and the Attorney General's office at the state, filed a lawsuit. That lawsuit outlined the duress that our city is presently experiencing and how making people safe in our city is made all the more difficult based on the presence of ICE. We are hopeful that we will succeed ultimately in that lawsuit. Of course, my concern is that yet another shooting will take place. Yet another person will be injured or killed. This is not a new concern. The chief and I have been laying this concern out for well over a month at this point. This is not sustainable. Our officers, they are working tirelessly. Again, we have about 600 officers. There's about 3,000 ICE agents and border control. We need our officers responding to the basic day-to-day 911 calls. We don't have the capacity to both deal with that and all of this conduct that we're seeing from ICE on the daily basis. And, you know, earlier today and yesterday, I was out on a couple of major commercial corridors in our city. People are scared.
People are scared. Shut
You
the
know,
fuck up.
there's basic rights that you should have to be able to live safely in your neighborhood, to be able to go downstairs and head to the cafe or the flower shop. The people that would normally keep up these shops, American citizens, by the way, many of them, are terrified because American citizens are getting picked up off the street by people in masks. That's not the way things should be conducted in any city in America. That's not who we are. That's not America. So I'm calling for peace. Everybody has a role in achieving that peace. And we're going to try to do everything that we can to keep it. Yes, our office, yes, is in touch with the governor's office, as we've been for the last week here. He has been an excellent partner in both ensuring that we have additional resources through the Minnesota State Patrol, through the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and that work will be done in partnership. Thanks, everybody.
We'll have more information tomorrow that we'll put out. Thank you.
All right, so there's that piece of shit. Again, man, one of the just a horrible, horrible person. I think Harley Dave Super Chat said it best: just evil, pure evil. That's what we are witnessing with people like Jacob Fry and Tim Walz. Just flat out evil. Harley says, yes, D-Day Cobra. It seems like I did, in fact, choose the wrong year to quit drinking, or at least maybe the month. Well, hopefully hanging out here takes a little bit of that edge off. We'll see. Steven Strange says, so removing criminals is making your city unsafe. What a piece of shit. 1000%. All right, we're nearly at 5 hours. So we're gonna, it doesn't seem like the Iran stuff is gonna pop off. This stuff is gonna come to a, you know, we're winding down in Minnesota. So we're gonna, oh shit, hang on.
Officer as well. Those two people, we've been told by DHS, are in custody.
Okay,
but as a result of all that played out at 7 o'clock tonight, there is this big crime scene. And you just heard MPD and the mayor talking about how they've been trying to preserve the integrity of the crime scene, how they have Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the FBI investigating.
Yeah, so it's probably gonna start winding down here soon. I think Jay's live, so you guys go check out Jay Drunk 3PO. Welcome to the Rebellion YouTube channel. Yeah, that's gonna be it. Fantastic Knox says Fry's going to ask Walz if he did a good job lying. Yes, but it's been a good one. Nearly 5 hours. And this is the second one. So what did I do? Almost 7 hours of Cobra Cast today or something like that. So thank you to the new subscribers. I will be back tomorrow, probably with multiple Cobra Cast again, because there's a lot going on and Trump is unpredictable. So we never know what the hell Trump is going to be doing. So we shall see what happens. But thank you guys so much. I look forward to your comments on the stream afterwards, as I always do. I like to see what you guys and gals have to say, and I appreciate all the support. So you guys have a good evening, and we will talk to all of you later. Bye, everyone.